Well, welcome to the KFC Queensland Premier Cricket Katherine Raymont Shield competition here at Peter Eastern Oval. We are bringing you live pictures from Ashgrove here. Fantastic setting. We are all set up for a 2020 fixture. Georgia Presswich is getting us underway and beats the bat here to start with. In commentary, my name is Lee Drennan. It's great to have your company. I'm also joined by Mel Bureau. Mel, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, wonderful to be here for another great day of KFC Queensland Premier Cricket action. Georgia Presswich will be really looking to spearhead the Valley's attack here against a strong University batting lineup.
Absolutely. It is a round 7 clash in the 2020 portion of this competition. Presswich is into bowl now and pulls out of her run-up, in fact, due to, I believe, a magpie or potentially a crow just creeping across the wicket there.
Valleys obviously feel like they need an extra fielder there in short cover.
It's not in a hurry to go either. There's a couple of fielders now trying to sort of shepherd it towards the boundary, and there we go. We've got it out of there. Wow. Now that's second ball in. A little bit of action there, that's for sure. Presswich will now try and get her over underway again. She's into bowl here. And again, that's a lovely shot actually over the top. It was a similar length delivery. It's gone down to third man. They were pushing hard for 2. Just the 1 run they will settle for. They open their account at University of Queensland.
Important game here for Valleys up against the ladder leaders, University of Queensland. A win here could help them cement a place in the top 4. A loss and a win from Sunshine Coast against West will see them slip out of the top 4.
Spot on, Mel, and this has been a great opening partnership for UQ. You mentioned that they are on top of the table. They've been enormous, these two batters. This is Charlie Knott and now Emma Jackson on strike. I thought that might be a wide as well being signalled. Just Emma Jackson getting inside the line of that. Anything down leg side, obviously, very strict on in this portion of the competition.
A great test here for Georgia against the left and right-handed combination too, leading into the WBBL, which is set to start in 2 weeks down in Hobart. So everyone's really looking forward to that as well.
Fantastic. That's great insight from Mel Bureau here. You're exactly right. She's bowling with some good gas here, Presswich as well. Oh, and this is nailed straight over the top. It maybe won't go for 4. It's very nice timing from Emma Jackson back over the top of the bowler's head. 2 runs will be the result.
I feel if Emma had followed through on that shot, she might have got it to the boundary. She seemed like she just checked it a little bit. If she follows through, that will, go all the way.
No, you're exactly right. It really was just that check. It was almost like she wasn't quite committed to hitting it over the top and surprised herself with the amount of timing that she got on it. This is a good start for UQ. And now this is up in the air. This is a catching chance potentially for the Valley's fielder, and it is taken beautifully. That is a big wicket. Georgia Presswich breaks through. Only 4 balls in to the first innings of the UQ's batting innings.
That was a great catch there, running backwards, looking into the sun. You could see she checked herself for the sun there. But yeah, terrific catch in the end, an important wicket to break this opening partnership up.
Absolutely. Emma Jackson's actually contributed a lot of runs already in the last couple of rounds. She was amongst the runs in both 2020s last week. UQ have been so good at the top of the order. However, the incoming batsman also probably poses a slight threat.
Laura Kimmins, wow, what can you say? She'll be looking to back up her 89 from 48 balls versus Sunshine Coast last week. Really, yeah, you've really got to look to take Laura early, otherwise this game could really get away from Valleys pretty quickly.
And I was fortunate enough to be cutting up some of the highlights from Laura's innings, and just some of the shots, Mel, that she plays are ridiculous. The switch hits for 6, the ramps and paddle sweeps, it's crazy.
Oh, it's tremendous. She's a risk taker, and those risks will sometimes not pay off, but more often than not with Laura, they will. She's just got a fantastic eye and can pick a moment, so she'll really be looking to back up that strong performance last week with another one here. Bear in mind, she has come back from 2 weeks of quarantine, having played in the 100 competition over in England, so yeah, she'll be looking to really get into some good form early here.
I didn't realise that. Okay. Right. Interestingly, we'll get to that. We'll stick with the action for now. There is that cutter. That's nicked over the top of a flying slips fielder, and just such is the pace of the delivery from Presswich, it will go all the way for the first boundary of the UQ innings.
I think the best thing there that Charlie Knott, she went hard. There was always going to be a difficult catch there to take behind the wicket, so if she keeps going hard, those are going to be difficult to take behind the wicket always.
Absolutely, Mel. Would you say that at Prestwich the speed has been right up, probably the length slightly shorter than she would like at the moment?
Definitely, as a, an opening bowler, yeah, the short stuff is good, but yeah, really find those areas just outside off stump and full.
Charlie Knott on strike again. And that's right, short, and this time straighter into the body. It's a dot ball. It's actually sort of nipped back a little bit off the seam, if anything, I think. That's the end of the first over. Figures of 1 for 8, and the score is also at 1 for 8 after 1 over. I was going to say Charlie Knott is actually in new colours this season as well, isn't she, Mel?
Opening the batting for Uni. She's been a model of consistency this year. Hasn't been dismissed, interestingly, for less than 50 in the 6 matches she's played. So she's racked up 382 runs at an average of 95. So those are some fair stats. And that's what we're looking for from Charlie Knott. She had a solid season last year, but really looking to back that up here and score big.
Yeah, Mel, just tell people, for the viewers at home, your role and what you're up doing and why you're probably so interested in these type of games.
Yeah, I retired obviously after a long career with the Queensland Fire in 2014. Spent 5-6 years away from the game. Got married, had 2 children, and it was just trying to survive really. But I got the call from the head of female performance and coach of the Fire and WBBL Brisbane Heat teams, Ashley Nofke, to see if I'd be interested to come back as selector. So now I'm chairperson of selectors for the Queensland Women's Cricket Program. Absolutely loving being back involved.
Yeah, that's great. That is great to see, and it gives us a lot of interest in these type of games, that is for sure. And this will be Laura Kimmins on strike for her first ball. It looks to me as if the bowler will be Naidu. I would not say that I'm properly confident about the pronunciation of that name, so if you are listening and want to come and fix it up, I'm more than available to fixing my mistakes, but we'll stick with that for the moment. Interestingly, the wicket keeper is up to the stumps here, which is something that you see teams try and do quite a bit. The wicket keeper also new in Valley's colours this year. Holmes, I believe, is the keeper.
Kira Holmes.
There's the start, and it is smacked to cover by Kimmins.
Yeah, good tactic too to come up to the stumps to Laura Kimmins. Loves to use her feet, and anything that can keep her in the crease and limit an extent of her stroke play is always a good option.
I think it is actually harder to start in an innings when a keeper is up to the stumps. You can't get out so the wicket. It gives you another element to think about. So it's an interesting tactic and probably one that can be quite effective. Starts with a dot ball. Now that is a short ball, and it is pulled away, and it's going to go for 4 behind backward square. And as expected, Laura Kimmins gets underway, and just her second ball, she finds the boundary.
You really have to be disciplined bowling to Laura Kimmins. Anything short, she's really going to punish.
Yeah, you're spot on, Mel. It was just slightly short, and I guess because the keeper is up to the stumps, it does indicate that the pace is slightly slower than certainly what we saw from Georgia Prestwich last over, so you can't afford to be short here. Back up now. She's definitely fuller, much fuller, and it's a nice shot, but equally well fielded, and another dot ball. So great over thus far. We've gone 2 dot balls and a boundary. There is plenty happening here in this Katherine Raymont Shield fixture between ladder leaders UQ and Valleys. Binaidu at the top of her run-up now steadies herself into bowl to Kimmins. Oh, and Kimmins has premeditated. She's gone deep in her crease. She's got it. Oh, it's good. It's a great piece of fielding down here. Deep backward square leg. It's right in front of us. It wasn't the best or the most cleanest timing of a cricket ball you would see from Laura Kimmins, but it still targeted this short boundary, and it was very well fielded out there. That
was tremendous bowling by Naidu, and that's the areas you really want to be bowling to Kimmins. Give her no width and no room to move, and she did bring about a bit of error in her stroke play there.
Yeah, but she's so proactive in the crease, isn't it? You saw the big trigger movement back in deep, trying to give herself some room to get under the ball. She's happy to take a risk, as you've already said, Mel. This one is shorter, and it's rolled around. It'll beat 45. I think it's got enough pace to go to the boundary here as well. It teases the fielder a little bit, but Kimmins is well and truly underway in her innings already.
She's really picked up where she left off last week here, and this is danger signs definitely for Valleys here.
You're right, it's just that little bit of length issues for the bowler here, and she's so good at being able to get inside the line and hit powerfully through the leg side. Already 8 runs coming from the over, 10 runs in fact now. Oh, and she's hammered this. This is hard and over mid-on, and that will go away for 4 as well. Once again, I'm not sure that she's got... It's still gone at that bird who hasn't racked off yet. It's not the perfect timing. We know that she can deposit them so far over the rope, but she is happy to have a crack early in her innings and get underway.
It wasn't a bad ball there from Naidu, but yeah, Kimmett's just great eye and went hard early.
You're spot on, and that's a big over for UQ. We know that in this power play, these power play overs where there's only 2 fielders allowed outside of the circle, it is important that they can cash in. Laura Kimmins has gone with a strike rate of 233. She is 14 runs off only 6 balls. It's now Charlie Knott back on strike to face Georgia Presswidge in the 3rd over. It'll be Presswidge's 2nd. And there's that short ball. It's carved away down 3rd man. Charlie Knott. This is where we've probably seen that quite a few times in this particular matchup. Knott's been happy to try and get that ball. Probably more trying to get it over point, I think. There's boundary options out there, but Presswidge has got plenty of protection down there at 3rd man.
She just needs to be a foot fuller, Georgia, particularly here to Laura Kimmett. She's not going to get away with that short stuff.
Bit of a change here, though, for Laura Kimmins. She'd faced probably slightly with more pace off the ball last over. Now Presswidge will probably keep pace on the ball. She goes real short, and it's equally met and dispatched over the top by Kimmins, and this could be another boundary for her. She moves along to 18 runs from 7 balls. She is well and truly up and running, and that's a great start for her in this battle against Presswidge as well.
It looks like it might even be a tactic here from Georgia, but I don't know that it's paying off. I haven't seen a wicket out there, but it doesn't seem to be offering too much. If she pitches it fuller, there might be more opportunity there behind the wicket for catches.
Spot on, Mel. We'll see if she makes an adaptation this ball. And that's probably quite wide. It's actually beat the keeper. I think the umpire's going to signal wides here, and they'll come back for 2. They're pushing hard. There's a little bit of miscommunication, but easily makes her ground in the end, running those 2 runs. It's also signalled wides by the umpire, so that will actually cost 3. And this is probably the danger of bowling to someone of Kimmins's. She just intimidates you. She's forced Presswidge into making a mistake there.
She certainly hasn't as a battle here for Georgia Presswidge. This is definitely what she's going to face in the WBBL, so she will really be looking to tighten her lines here.
And this one she will get it. Yeah, that's a dot ball there. She definitely got that tighter line that you're talking about. That's probably the first ball we've seen from Georgia that would have threatened the stumps, and it's resulted in a dot ball there, just blocked out to mid-wicket from Kimmins. She's been hard to get a dot ball on, so that's probably a little bit of a win there. Presswidge now, it's at the top of her run-up again into bowl to Kimmins. Well, Kimmins has walked at her and absolutely smoked it. Straight back past the bowler, umpire, stumps. It beat everything. And that's probably the one that she has timed the best, Mel.
She just put a big front foot out there and just went for it. And, yeah, those are the strokes you love as a batsman, to see them going straight past the bowler for 4. And, yeah, Presswidge didn't do too much wrong there, but, yeah, Laura Harris, too much power.
Well, it's interesting. We've probably been encouraging her to bowl a little bit fuller. That one was fuller, and Kimmins was well and truly up to the task. They meet again here. This one's full, and this one's almost the sort of paddle sweep option there that Kimmins went for, which is intriguing based on this field. She's obviously trying to get it very fine because fielders are out. The only 2 fielders outside the circle are at fine leg and 3rd man, Mel.
She took that way from outside off stump too, so there's a great big gap here between cover point and extra cover that she could have just smoked that through as well, but she just has so many options, Laura Kimmins.
That's right, don't be surprised to see her do something interesting again here, deep in her crease. And this time she just can't get her timing. It's actually quite wider from Presswidge by the looks, and Kimmins potentially on the replay there, it might have even been outside the wide lines. Kimmins is very keen to hammer it through the offside there. Timing was not quite there. It's the end of the over for Prestwood. She's bowled 2. She's got figures of 1 for 20, and the score is at 1 for 34 after 3 overs. It's a run rate of 11.33, which is seriously good going.
Well, you can say they need a wicket.
Yep.
You've got to get Laura Kimmins early, otherwise she can really get in a stride, and any opportunity or chance she gives, you really got to take. So Valleys really need to be on their game here in the field.
She's had the majority of the strike here too as we look at the scorecard. She's faced 11 balls. Charlie Knott, who will be on strike now, is currently at 6 off 5. She hasn't started slowly either. So this is a really threatening partnership. We are going to see a change of bowling. This is Michaela Hinkley by the looks of things. And the keeper will stay up to the stumps. Michaela Hinkley's actually been equally as impressive in the start of the Katherine Raymont Shield fixtures this year.
Yeah, Michaela, better known for her batting. I think, she scored about 270 runs at an average of 90. So similar to Charlie Knott type figures, including a century in round 2 versus the Gold Coast. So looking forward to seeing her bat later on today. But, she'll need to do a job here with the ball as well.
Interestingly, these two, in terms of all the cricket that they've played, both 2020 and one days, Charlie Knott on top as the #1 run scorer. Will stay with the action here. Hinkley is in. That is at Knott, but it's cut straight to point. There'll be a dot ball there. And Michaela Hinkley sits in second position with 271 runs. So it's a good battle between these two. As you said, probably more known for her batting. Michaela Hinkley, she does have to do a job here with the ball though. That's probably a wider delivery. It's very well taken by the wicket-keeper. That's standing up over the top of the stumps, something that we can appreciate. It's a good effort. It was. Even Michaela Hinkley probably not so sure about the wide call there. I don't know if she loved it, but it'll just have to be a little bit straighter, this delivery. Love to see her actually getting inside the lines and at the stumps a little bit tighter. This one is wide too. That's a great piece of fielding. A short third man.
And that's what Valleys need from the field. They need to support their bowlers here and build the dots. Dots are gold. So that if they can keep building consecutive dots, you don't know what the pressure will really be created on these two.
Mel, your thoughts on this field? They've got the deep extra cover out and long on as well. I'll maybe come back to that after this ball. This one is hit straight at mid-off, so it's been a good start to the over. Hinkley probably exactly what Valleys needed after what has been a pretty hectic first 3 overs.
Really correct, and they've got that fielder down at, it looks like almost a deep pointish. That's obviously a strength of Charlie Knott's square of the wicket.
Right, and Hinkley's in for a 4th ball. And this beats the bat, actually, and it's a great piece of glove work again. The keeper standing up over the top of the stumps. That's just outside off stump. I think Knott was interested in trying to get it for a single into that cover region where they have a fielder on the boundaries, so there should be the option of a single, but this is a great start by Hinkley. The only run coming is a wide at this stage with 4 balls in. And this again beats the bat. So it's not starting to have some pressure build upon her. I think it might even just be swinging away from her a little bit, Mel.
See Charlie Knott's body weight just gone a bit backwards there. She needs to get her head straight out over the ball towards the offside and she'll connect there.
It seems sometimes that the more dots you face, the harder you try and hit the ball, and that can happen with your technique there. And this one she does make contact with, but again, it's very well fielded, and you'd have to be incredibly happy with that over you are Michaela Hinkley and Valleys. That is an over that only cost them 1 run. So at the end of the 4th over, UQ are now 1 for 35. They cut that run rate down to 8.75 runs and over.
It looks like they might be making another bowling change here, and it's important now to follow up that Hinkley over and really bowl in partnerships and create some a little bit of scoreboard pressure, which has been notably absent in these first 4 overs. Yeah,
they sort of had all the running for the first 3 overs, and then Michaela Hinkley, that's a massive effort, because sometimes in a game of cricket momentum is so key, and if you can actually grab something, it wasn't with a wicket, but it was probably with a sequence of 5 dot balls there, and that could be the little game changer for Valleys too.
5 dot balls. 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 Looks like this is Christina Coulson bowling some spin.
Yes.
Not a bad tactic, but it could also be a dangerous one with the form that Kimmins is in.
Well, that's right, and this is where she can play her paddle sweeps and reverse sweeps and all the things we see. We know we've still only got 2 fielders outside the ring. They're both on the leg side. See how we start here. It's thrown up, and it'll just be hit down to that first fielder at long on for a single, so that's probably a decent start for Coulson.
You'd almost be inclined to give Kimmins a single there, and Charlie Knott's been struggling a little bit outside off stump, so just test her there now.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Mel. You're probably really happy to just go, we'll get you off strike, have a 1, and we'll see if we can stack some pressure at the other end on Charlie Knott now. And they have stacked a little. No, it's actually really well played by Charlie Knott. That's going to beat short third man, and she'll get back for 2. I thought that she probably hadn't timed it that well, but it almost spun away from the fielder there.
It did look like she got a little bit stuck in the crease there. I think, Charlie just really needs to concentrate on her footwork here, particularly that outside that off stump and getting her body weight forward.
Interestingly, a field change now, Mel. They've actually gone, recognising sort of a similar thing to the last over where deep extra cover goes out, long on comes up to a regular mid-on. So that might be a gap that Knott tries to go over. But she does. She goes down the wicket. It's not over mid-on, but it's past mid-off. Past cover for 4. That'll do a little bit for Charlie Knott's momentum.
I think that's a confidence shot she needed. Really used her feet very well there, and great shot to play when you've probably been struggling a little bit, but hit a shot through the covers like that. That'll be a real momentum boost for Charlie Knott.
Yeah, you've just summarised it so well there, Mel. Her ability to skip down the wicket and get that ball just as it was landing, turned it into a half volley. It wasn't a bad delivery. Again, she uses her feet, and now she goes hard. Bats back at the bowler. That's actually one of the harder chances you could get. And they're coming back for 2, which I didn't know there was 2 there, so they'll be happy with that as well. This ball was presented a catching opportunity, I guess, but it was hammered back at her. It was seriously humming, that cricket ball.
It was a chance, but you've got to take these against quality batsmen, so she might be a bit disappointed there, Coulson. But, Charlie Knott, I do like those positive signs, but, when she connects, I'm looking forward to seeing how that presents.
I think she's actually trying to elevate a lot more than that, isn't she, Mel? And we see Coulson now. Coulson is going to go round the wicket, in fact, so there's a little change too. Oh, and there's a slog sweep attempt from Charlie Knott. There's an appeal out here from the fielder at deep extra cover, who usually has the best view of the LBWs. She was the only one appealing, so there may have been some issues with it. Yeah. And we 1 ball to come in the over here. And Knott, she has got some elevation. Oh, that's great timing. I thought for just a second that the fielder at mid-on was a chance.
Tremendous diving effort there, but great signs of confidence there for Charlie Knott to continue to come down the crease, and that was a tremendous end to the over there for Uni.
Yeah, she was happy to take risks against the spinner. She'd struggled a little bit to score in the previous over. She now finishes, she's moved to 18. Her UQ score in total after 5 overs is 1 for 48. There is still an over left of the power play, the initial power play, where there's only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and I would be surprised if they go away from Hinkley bowling it, but there's some discussion here. That is Hinkley again, I think, that will come in for her second over. Her first over only went for 1 run.
Interesting in other games happening today, we've got Western Suburbs versus the Sunshine Coast. Wests are struggling at 2 for 17, and Grace Harris coming off back-to-back 90 not outs last week, out for a golden duck. So great start there for the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, spot on. That was Lucy Hamilton that took that wicket, and she has been very good for the Sunshine Coast Scorchers. We know how big of a wicket that is in that game, but back here at Peter Easton Oval, we will have Laura Kimmins on strike, and this is an over that I think she'll look to take on with only 2 fielders out, the last opportunity like that. And there it is, it's over cover. There's actually a fielder out there, so that fielder, it looks genius, that field placement there, as it only cost them 1 run. And again, they get the dangerous Kimmins off strike on the first ball of the over.
Really great bowling there from Hinkley. She's really found her spot, and that's the area that has been troubling Charlie Knott. So, great to see Michaela Hinkley keep it there.
She will renew that battle with Charlie Knott now. And this one's shorter, and it's cut away, but again, great field placement straight to your sweepers. You picture that as a real win when you are the fielding team. If you can get in a power play where you're only allowed 2 fielders outside the ring, if you're getting hard cricket shots hit to your sweepers, you feel like you've done a pretty good job.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so hard against a 360-degree player like Laura Kimmins to know where to put those fielders.
And Kimmins will be on strike now. The thing that they've done well is rotate the strike, though, in for the 3rd ball of the over now. And there is that little paddle, was a reverse paddle, really. And that one, it does actually make sense. They've got fine leg and 3rd man up in the ring. So if she can get a decent piece of that, that will run away for 4. It just does make sense, but it only is 1 run, on this occasion. Hinkley again figures of none for 4 off 1.3 overs in an innings where the run rates have been quite quick into not. And this beats her completely. That's just lovely piece of bowling. This will look good on the replay, I would think. It's sort of nipped away from not. Great piece of bowling.
Charlie Knott couldn't do too much more with that. That's just a tremendous piece of bowling from Michaela Hinkley.
Yeah, I love that line that she's got going there. She obviously doesn't want to go too straight, Mel, because they do have all fielders up in the ring on the leg side. That line is perfect. There is not.
And again.
It's beating the bat. Not a little bit disappointed with herself, but this has been some serious bowling from Hinkley. Her length's been so good, and it's even shaped away a little bit from the right-handed batsman.
I think Knott just needs to be a little bit more decisive there outside off stump and using her front foot to really move across the wicket.
Is it something that you could maybe even go across your stumps a little bit?
Yeah, possibly.
Let's see here. This one she does hit, but it's sort of chipped and mistimed to cover. And again, Hinkley with a cracking over. She finishes with figures of none for 4 after only 2 overs. They're great figures. This has been a game, as we've mentioned, where both batters have hit plenty of boundaries. So tip of the cap to Hinkley. She's been impressive. She
just needs support from her teammates down the other end. And I know it's difficult against quality batsmen, but yeah, Hinkley is finding a way there. Charlie Knott just really needs to work hard on outside that off stump there. I think it just comes down to being more decisive with the footwork.
That's right, and at the end of the power play, Mel, 6 overs with 2 fielders outside of the ring, a score of 1 for 51. Whose shoes would you rather be in at the moment?
I think Union are in a really good position here, and particularly with these two at the crease and looking to establish themselves and get set, it really does spell danger signs.
You're right, and just fielders, so we now are able to have the 4 outside the ring, and the sweep shot goes from Kimmins, but it's mistimed to the fielder at short fine leg. This is quite an interesting field, actually, Mel, that we've got at the moment. So don't be surprised to see Kimmins go to the sweep quite a few times. There's no one out on the boundary behind square there. She's gone the reverse sweep.
Oh,
taken, what a catch. Oh, wow. It was outstretched hands and that sort of reverse sweep from Kimmins. Another metre over the top of the fielder's head. It probably races away for some runs. What a fantastic piece of fielding, though.
That's tremendous breakthrough for the Valleys team. Laura Kimmins really looking dangerous there, and a tremendous catch. You're not really expecting those when you're fielding there at short fine, but yeah, she clung onto it, and that's definitely what they needed.
And she actually timed the jump so well there, Mel. That was the thing. She needed to get off the ground to get both hands into the air to be able to take that. Time the jump at the perfect time, and it just stuck in the midst. Exactly what you're after. It's a huge wicket with the dangerous Kimmins now walking off. That's a great replay too.
You look at a couple inches above her, and it was going for 4, as you said, Lee. But yeah, tremendous breakthrough there for Valleys.
Oh, wow, what a big wicket! What a big wicket! You were just saying 1 for 51. You're thinking that UQ are in a great position after 6 overs. That wicket there in the 2nd ball of the 7th over. That's a huge one in terms of momentum of this game.
It definitely does. Ruby Strange here coming in. I think she's a Mackay product, I believe, come down from Mackay, and it's really been a great breeding ground for female cricketers. Got Meg McCartney playing in the Valleys team today, who's also from Mackay. But Ruby will really have to work hard here with Charlie Knott, and Charlie is probably going to have to they'll take the ascendancy here and really be the player to carry through.
Yeah, and I was fortunate enough, actually, when I was playing at West 2 weeks ago, I watched Ruby batting in the nets next to me, and it made me feel quite inferior. She was smoking them, and I was not
the only female player to make you feel like that, Lee,
no,
surely.
That's true, definitely not, no. That's a good start from Strange as well. There's just to be careful with the running between wickets, back in her crease and hitting it to the left of Michaela Hinkley there at cover, who looks a very lively fielder. Oh no, this is going to cost a wicket too. They've been very clean with their catching so far, Valleys. Ruby Strange, unfortunately, we see the back of in only her second delivery, but it is a great piece of bowling from Colson, and what an over for her.
Oh, just what they needed, and well done to Christina Colson in partnering Michaela Hinkley, who probably did all the heavy lifting down the other end and creating that dot ball pressure. But yeah, two important breakthroughs. Ruby, you can't help but think she could have probably given her a couple more balls before going hard early. But yeah, tremendous catching and great fielding here from the Valleys unit.
Well, Mel, I was about to say, I think sometimes as a batting team, it can be hard when you've got off to such a flyer and going at such a rapid run rate. You feel like as a new batter that you actually have to continue to score at that speed. And it's just not the case yet. As you said, you've always got a little bit more time than probably you think in a 2020 game.
Always do. And everyone has their own different strengths. And Ruby Strange, definitely a different cricketer to Laura Kimmets. And she probably could have allowed herself at least an over to get her eye in there.
What I love about the bowling from Christina Coulson, though, is she's been happy to actually take some pace off the ball to new batters. And it's not easy to start against if you have to generate all the pace completely. She's been brave enough to throw the ball up above the batter's eye line and probably enticed Ruby Strange into a shot that she didn't want to play there. And
she's an experienced player, Christina Coulson, been around for a long time. You can, see the fruits of that there.
She'll start now. And here it's just hit to mid-off. That'll be a dot ball as well. The new batter is Beaumont. Caitlin Beaumont, I believe, is who we are looking at the moment. I'll just get some confirmation. It is, yes. Caitlin Beaumont is on strike for the final ball of the 7th over. And again, that's really well
Great over from Christina Coulson. She's really turned the game there in Valley's favour. So, yeah, well bowled by Christina.
Perfect. Yeah, you mentioned it, Mel. Off the back of Michaela Hinkley's over as well, they have now, those two have got figures, 2 overs, none for 4 for Hinkley. Coulson is a 2 overs, 2 for 13. So she almost reaped the rewards of probably just some really good partnership bowling.
Definitely did, and that's the key in these short-form games. Just, one small partnership can turn the game so quickly into your favour.
The other thing that you have to take your hat off to Valleys is for their fielding. Because it's a very different game. If you sort of see one of those catches drop, there's a little bit of disappointment. Maybe Kimmins gets away, but 2 really good catches from 2 opportunities that were presented. And
against high-class players, they're not going to give you too many chances, so you really have to take them when they present themselves, and Valleys have done that this morning.
Absolutely. I think we're seeing Hinkley again for a 3rd over, which makes sense, and she's been a massive handful. The only thing I was thinking about was, would there be any thoughts about who bowls sort of the last few overs if it gets to that stage? Oh, this is a pull shot from Knott. She hasn't timed this. It's over square leg. They're pushing hard for 2, but it's great fielding down here in front of us. The bounce throw return made some good metres to the ball. The fielder out at fine leg.
I do like bringing back Michaela for probably just one more over here. Valleys have found themselves on top, and even if she can get another breakthrough here, it really does turn the game in their favour.
Yeah, that does make sense, and there's going to be a bit of pressure stacked on Caitlin Beaumont now. Oh no, this will beat the keeper. It's down leg side. It's probably the first error that we've seen Hinkley make in terms of a line. It's signalled wides by the umpire, but enough glove on it by the wicketkeeper Kira Holmes to make sure that it only costs 1 extra run.
It will be interesting to see how Charlie Knott approaches her innings from here, and she's obviously batting with some more inexperienced players, and she's a senior player now, so really has to stand up.
You're right, they actually probably need it more than they realise now. Knott's back on strike. Oh, and this beats again outside off stump. This is where she's been so consistent. Michaela Hinkley just getting that ball to shape away from Knott, and that time I think Knott was actually really trying to hit that with some vigour. It's beat her outside the off stump again.
I like your thought there, Lee, about possibly batting on off stump. Just change the line a little bit.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. We're in again now. This one is on the back foot where Knott does look quite comfortable, to be fair. It's more been the fuller length that's troubled her when she's been on the front foot. This one she can hit out, but not a bad result for Valleys with a sweeper out there as well.
And also to get the new batter there on strike and create some dot ball pressure here.
Great points, Beaumont, that will look to get her run account opened, facing Hinkley. And that is again on the back foot and hit in between the fielder at point and cover. And she does get off the mark.
They won't be too disappointed with these singles here, considering the rate that we're going at in the first 3 overs. So, yeah, singles is almost a win here for Valleys.
They've pulled it back massively, Mel. At one stage, 11.33 runs per over was the run rate. Ooh, this is down leg side again. Really well wrestled by the keeper in the end. That's a tough take. Not exactly what you're after. McHinkley just maybe a little bit tired in her third over here. Or just probably just losing her where exactly the line she's trying to bowl for the last couple there. It does cost a wide. It's 3 for 57 here in the 8th over of the batting innings for UQ that you are watching. Hinkley's in. There is not, again, I don't think there's nothing on that. No, it's not a wide. It was inside those lines. It's another one that beats not with the shape away from her at the moment. That's been something that Hinkley's done so well to her. There's one ball to come in this over, the third over for Hinkley. She starts to run up now. And there is not. She's got a decent piece of that.
Well
It beats
done,
the
Charlie.
fielder at mid-wicket and goes hard over the boundary for 4 runs. And Mel, that was what you called for, almost trying to change your approach and hit more towards the leg side.
Yeah, you can almost sense that she just had enough. And I've been there before as a batsman where you just want to swing and hope you connect. And I think she's done that there. But I think that's great from Charlie Knott. Just, yeah, showed her confidence, and that might be the switch she needed.
Yeah, absolutely, and it gets her back up to 25 off 25 balls. So you're always probably in 2020 cricket looking to score at that strike rate of 100. She's obviously had to temper her innings a little bit due to the fact that they've lost 3 wickets now in reasonably quick succession. But that was a great shot from Charlie Knott there.
Just in other KFC Queensland Premier Cricket action, we've got Ipswich versus Sandgate out at Ipswich. Ipswich struggling, 4 for 27 after 8 overs. Ellie Johnson, the captain, and Queensland Fire Squad member out for 6. So that was a big wicket there for the Ipswich to lose, but struggling there at 4 for 27.
Yeah, they've scored a lot of runs over the last 2 seasons, that's for sure, both the Johnston girls. So that is a huge wicket. We've seen a change of bowling here as well. I think it's going to be Jay.
Sierra J.
Sierra J, there we go. She's been impressive throughout the opening fixtures of the 2021-22 season. Plenty of wickets for her as well. In off a decent sized run up as well, Mel. Oh, hang on. Oh, that is a nice start. Keeper again electing to keep up to the stumps. That looked reasonably sharp to me.
Very whippy action. There seems to be, arms and legs going everywhere there.
I think it's like a really collapsed back leg.
Yes.
It actually got quite a low release
Yes.
point, so you'd expect her to get quite a few bolds and LBWs. And she's bowling to Caitlin Beaumont, who's starting her innings as well.
Well bowled.
Yeah, that's good lines. Really impressive start by Sierra J. And they've just been able to build pressure for the last probably, I would say, since the 5th or since the end of that power play, really, Mel.
Definitely have, and these bowling changes, this is an important one here. Christina Colson really brought it back for Valleys, and Sierra J, important here for her to follow Christina up.
I've got another point to make, but we'll stick with the action. This ball, the third, that's probably a little bit wider. It's signalled wide by the umpire, so that's the first run off the bowling of Sierra J. I thought that it would have been easy enough to keep Coulson going because she'd gone so well in the previous over. But what I think is good is that they've actually elected to get Sierra J now into the game, bowling to a new batsman, rather than coming in and bowling to 2 set batters that are going really well. Oh, that's a chance. The back foot might have dragged a little bit.
Great wicket-keeping there.
Isn't that a piece of glove work?
That's a tremendous ball there from Sierra J. Just moved away a fraction there, it looked like, from Beaumont. But yeah, you're right, Lee. For a young bowler like Sierra J to come in to 2 new batters, it really is a great opportunity for her to assert her authority.
That's what I like about it, and she has stacked some pressure on to start here. Beaumont now will get that ball down to third man. They're pushing hard, but I think it'll just be a single, which again Sierra J would be quite okay with. Very well bowled. Beaumont gets off strike, so it brings Charlie Knott back on strike, who's currently 25 not out.
And she'll, really be looking to, Yeah, really dominates Sierra J here, the younger bowler. Be interesting to see if Sierra keeps that line up, how Charlie Knott negotiates her outside off stump.
Here's Jay now into Knott, and that's cut probably straight to the fielder at point there. The other thing I like about this, she's got one ball to come in this over. Her field at the moment, Mel, makes it really, really tough to score off, or certainly to score boundaries, I think. She looks to me like a bowler that would be very hard to hit back over her head straight, so they haven't worried about putting any fielders out there. They've got third man fine leg, and a deep square is now moving around, actually. Position, so moving even square again, and then the deep point out here, which is probably essential to Charlie Knott. That's a pull shot. That's smacked.
Great shot from Charlie
Absolutely
Knott.
hammered. That's going into the shed over there on the edge of Peter Eastern Oval. That was a shot of some authority.
A shame there for Sierra J, because it was a brilliant over, and I was about to say they've obviously identified Charlie Knott's strengths outside off stump there, but just dropped a fraction short, and Charlie Knott, beautiful stroke there out through mid-wicket.
And I don't know if the fielder had actually moved squarer there, Mel, just prior to that ball, which is, and where that boundary went is actually where the fielder came from. So,
definitely hurts as a captain.
It's not a great feeling, that's for sure. But I'm just not sure if that was maybe a plan to try and go a little bit shorter and get hit to that fielder, and Charlie Knott was just too good, or if it was more of a case of dragging down the ball a little bit shorter than you wanted.
I guess we'll be able to know the answer to that next over and see how Sierra J approaches it.
That is right. Now, again, we see a change of bowling. Who have we got bowling here? We'll get that for you in a second. I'm just getting the field placements here. It's interesting. It'll be Beaumont on strike to the new bowler. It's hit out to point. There's a little bit of confusion, but Charlie Knott went straight away. The only chance might be...
overthrows.
Yeah, potentially come back for two here. They haven't. It'll just be the one. That's nice running, nice aggressive running from Charlie Knott.
Sienna Ginger it is.
Ginger, it is too.
Onto bowl. And great work there from Charlie Knott calling through that single and getting back on strike.
Yeah, that's it, Mel. That's what I like so much. You could see she was keen to dominate. That's short, and that's hit down to... Well, it's actually, she's pushing pretty hard for two here, Charlie Knott. Beaumont is coming back. This could be a chance with a good throw. Throws a little bit wide of the bowler's end. That's very nice running from UQ as well.
Great aggressive running. They have left significant space there for Charlie Knott. And if she does just hit it to the inner circle, there is always that option for two, and that's what they've demonstrated there. Yeah,
and this, like you said, Mel, this field, there's actually no fielders really in front of Charlie Knott. We'll stick with the action. That is outside off, and that's better contact. It'll just be the one out to the fielder at cover. But they've actually got a field where all of the gaps in terms of, they've got four fielders in the ring, all behind square. So square leg up, point up, short fine leg, and short third man, all inside the ring.
You definitely want to be bowling full here. Anything short, and it could be met.
That's a good point.
Oh, perfect.
That's nice length. And Charlie Knott's going again. This could be a chance at the bowler's end. Again, the throw's a little bit wide of the stumps, and we'll wait for a signal from the umpire. There is no signal, which would indicate that there was actually a nick. I didn't see a replay there. There actually might have been a bit of... That could have been an opportunity, potentially. The umpire hasn't signalled by, so you would have to think that it's come off the bat. I think Kira Holmes might have hurt her hand as well. She's got the glove off. That's hit again. Oh, a nice piece of fielding. And they are not electing to run there.
You can see there's a definite plan here from Uni to get Charlie Knott on strike, and I really love that aggressive nature. You don't always have to do it with your stroke play, but just with your running between the wickets can create pressure. Yeah,
it's a great point, Mel. We often think in 2020 cricket about boundaries being hit. The running can be equally as impressive as Ginger is in now. That's hit well by Charlie Knott, but again out to the sweeper for a single, which is not a bad result. 4 Valleys there. It was a lovely shot from Charlie Knott, but it was a very well set field, and Valleys are running through their over now. That brings to a close at the halfway mark really of their fielding innings here for Valleys. And just watching, I think it's Michaela Hinkley here that's doing some serious running from deep extra cover to deep extra cover, which is the worst thing in the game.
Isn't she the captain?
Yeah, that's right. Just wants to get herself in the hot spots, I think, there, Mel. That must be what
I
it's
love the
about.
attitude. It's great, but not for me.
No, thank you. No, not at all. And we are going to see Sienna J go for her second over in a row. Her first over was just cost the 6 runs. It's not that's on strike. Oh, this is well timed and flicked up and over the top. And I don't know how good the timing is. It looks as if it's going to beat the fielder and go for 4 out there too. Tremendous timing is the answer. You're right.
Well played, Charlie Knott. She's obviously identified the gap out there. When she struck it, I thought, oh, touchy. But yeah, she's really knew where the gaps are, and she hit that well. Well,
Sienna J does give you enough pace to work with, and she didn't try and overhit it. She just flicked it up and over square leg where there is no fielder on the boundary. This one is hit to a fielder at mid-on, so it'll be a dot ball. That was a nice length from Sienna J, that delivery.
That's exactly where she needs to be, and well played there from Charlie. I mentioned earlier she'd scored 6 half centuries in a row, and she's edging her way closer towards another one here today.
Well, this has been quite a mature innings too, I think, Mel, because she has lost wickets around her, so it's put the onus on her to have to bat deep into this 2020 innings. This one is on the back foot. Yeah, nice again. Tight lines, I think, from Sienna J. Charlie Knott was on the back foot and mistiming the ball to cover. Another dot. She did start the over very well here, Charlie Knott, with a boundary first ball, but the next 2 dots have got the Valley's bowlers back up and about.
It's always a great sign of a player when you're struggling a little bit, but you can always find ways to make runs. And Charlie, she's probably not playing at a free-flowing best, but really finding a way here.
And that's a really good piece of bowling. That was an incredibly hard length ball, that, I think. Mel, we talk often about hitting the top of the stumps there.
Yeah, perfect.
That's where that was.
Important here for Sierra to keep bowling that line. She's got 2 balls left in this over, and if she can close this out with 2 dot balls or singles, it'll be, great for Valleys.
Absolutely. Remembering that the first ball went for a boundary. There's been 3 dots since then, so it's been a great comeback from Jay. She's in again now. This is a good shot from Charlie Knott. It might beat the fielder. That's such a good shot.
Charlie Knott at her best there. Just leant on that, and it just raced its way to the boundary. Beautiful from Knott there.
And again, that's just a regular cricket shot, really. Mel, there's nothing too much that was needed to be done in terms of premeditated movements.
Just beautiful, classic and straight. I love it.
That's right, and it did beat the fielder at mid-off. The timing was so good. Jay, there's not a lot she can do. She hasn't done much wrong there. That's just a really good cricket shot. Charlie Knott moves into those 40s. And that's defended. Oh, she was looking to try and get the strike. She knew that was the last ball of the over. Wanted to try and get up the other end, but it's well bowled. I think Jay actually rolled her fingers across the ball there. Took a little bit of pace off, Mel.
She's looking very good for a young bowler. Charlie Knott loved the intent there to get up and down the wicket.
Yeah, it's a big, great to just, you love to see just get the cricket IQ, I think, there, Mel, of recognising this is the last ball of the over. It hasn't worked for her in the end. It's not worth running yourself out for. But great to see that she recognises, okay, I've taken enough runs off this over and I'd love to be on strike the next one.
It's important to have to communicate that with your partner too. And I think Beaumont's on the same page there and looking to support Charlie Knott with that strategy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It does need to be a thing that's communicated between both players. If you can be on the same page, there's always opportunities to get singles late in the over. And it's Beaumont. I think that'll be a dot ball. It's a nice start to the over. Ginger is going for her second over in a row. Her first over also cost 6 runs. The score is 3 for 81 after 11.1 overs. And Beaumont will just be looking to try and get Charlie Knott on strike here. That sort of seems to be her role at the moment.
Oh, great piece of keeping. Wonderful, quick hands from Kira Holmes. Wow. Unbelievable. Sienna Ginger bowling a terrific line there, but yeah, great hands from Kira Holmes and took the bails off so quickly. An important wicket there.
And she stood up over the top to every bowler essentially except Georgia Presswidge, and she's had a couple of opportunities where she's whipped the bails off the batter, hasn't moved their back foot. On this occasion, just out for a split second, and that was the only invitation that Kira Holmes needed. That is great glove work, and it's again the benefit of standing up over the top of the stumps. Generally, if you're keeping back to that, that's just a play and miss, no issues. And in the end, it's the fourth wicket for Valleys here. 4 for 81 is the score after 11.2 overs.
They were looking to build a good little partnership, Beaumont and Not there, so another important wicket at probably a time that Uni, not to their liking, but yeah, beautiful keeping there. I'm not sure if Beaumont was batting about a little fractionally out of her crease there, but yeah, just terrific fast hands.
Yeah, spot on. That's a big wicket. And Beaumont was looking to be the player, I guess, that could get Charlie Knott on strike. That's sort of the role for the incoming batsman here as well. I think it's Lucinda Jensen that's coming in, and she can hit the ball powerfully and to some interesting areas as well, I've found, Mel.
Okay. I'm sure Charlie has communicated there with Lucinda about, I guess, getting her back on strike, getting up and down the crease and then playing her game as well.
That's exactly right. That was what she'll be after here. There are gaps at the moment, but the quality of the bowling's made it hard from Ginger. That is a very good wicket to take in the 12th over, in fact. Jensen now needs to get Charlie Knott on strike and get her own innings underway. And again, it beats the bat outside off stump.
Beautiful lines there from Sienna Ginger. Excellent bowling, particularly to an incoming batsman. You're not really wanting them there early. You prefer them full on your legs, but perfect spot there.
Yeah, that's right. And this is where they can, like Valleys, I'd love to see all of their fielders that are inside the ring almost trying to stop Jensen from getting off strike. I think building pressure that way.
Oh, and again. I'd really love to see the mid-on and mid-off come up here, just to create a little bit more pressure. You're almost letting her off here, giving her a single down the ground. I'd be inclined to put the pressure on and bring those two up.
Yeah, you're right, and it actually feels like, Mel, if there is going to be a boundary for a new batsman, it's more probably going to be like a nick past third man or past the keeper too. As we might see a run here, I think Charlie Knott has got herself back on strike, either via a bye or a wide. We'll wait for the call from the umpire there. So there'll be one ball to come in the 12th over here. Charlie Knott has just got herself back on strike. Interesting to see here if she tries to take this on, Mel, or does look to get on strike for the next over.
Could well be a wicket made, and looking to close this out here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, there is that nick pass.
Beautiful bowling.
Short third man. This won't go for 4. It's reeled in nicely. It'll just be the 2 runs. But what a successful over for Ginger.
Great over from Ginger. Unlucky there, but yeah, beautiful bowling and just what Valleys needed at that point in time.
Fantastic. I'm saying farewell to Mel for a couple of minutes here. And there's a replacement commentator coming in. Mel's earned herself a little drink of water break there, I think. It's been on the tools for the whole morning there. We're 12 overs in to the UQ batting innings. And in a place, Laura Kimmets is here.
How you going?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Would have liked to still be batting,
I
but
was sort
here
of
we
going to
are.
mention that, but I thought it might be awkward. I'm glad that you brought it up rather than me.
No, that's all right. Yeah, look, everyone has their day.
Yeah, that's right. It was a heck of a catch that led to your dismissal, actually, Laura. I thought when you hit it that it was going to be just sort of like tempt the fielder and get above them and go for 4. It was reeled in nicely.
Yeah, it was. In the end, just stuck in the fingertips there. I would have liked to get a bit more on it, to be fair, but such is cricket.
We'll stop talking about your dismissal now. We'll talk about the new action. We see change of bowling here. This is Coulson back on to bowl, and her figures have been impressive. She's 2 for 13 off 2 overs at the moment.
Yeah, I'd take that in a 2020 game for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there's not a huge lot of turnout there, but she just bowls that length that you get a bit two-minded whether to charge it or stay in your crease and try and knock it around.
Yeah, and Knott did play her quite well in the first over she bowled. She's back on strike now. And there's the sweep from Charlie Knott. That's a beautiful shot. Behind square where there is no fielder out. The sweep shot is a weapon for Charlie Knott, and she executes it perfectly there.
Yeah, great shot from Nottie. She is definite solid sweeper of the ball.
Yeah, and she's been impressive throughout this whole season so far, hasn't she, Laura?
She has. She certainly helped Uni score 3 more runs at the start of the season.
Yeah, great acquisition, actually. Coming across from, well, this is an old team as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a little bit of stick out there while I was batting, I was noticing.
And she's here now. She carves it through cover. I think this will go for 4 too. Back-to-back boundaries. I'm actually on here. I think I could field this. Outstanding fielding as per usual. That's the standard you expect. That's the 50. That is the 50 for Charlie Knott. Sorry, I'll stop giving myself a rap, and we'll go back to Charlie Knott's innings. It's about how many 50s has she scored already this season? She's 51 off 40. That was a great shot too.
I don't think she hasn't scored one, to be fair.
Okay,
I think there was maybe one innings where she was, and even that, it might have been 47, 46, 47.
Well, she did. Yeah, I think the only one was maybe when she was not out in a run chase, didn't have enough time to get 50. So, Coulson with a good comeback there after going for back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, she's worked a lot on a game the last 12 months.
Oh, she's actually tried to sweep that. It's beat her outside off stump, I think, so maybe just fractionally too wide to sweep, but you can understand her going to it with the success she had in the first ball of this over.
I think field up too.
Yeah, that's right. It's a right field for it. She now goes back and mistimes this one. Coulson actually finishes her over very well there after going for back-to-back boundaries. The over will cost 9 runs. Oh, sorry. Her figures are 2 for 22. I've been rattled there, but it's the end of the 13th over. That's some of the worst commentary you'll hear, but that's okay. Laura, take over at any stage.
Oh, look, I think we probably will just look to keep going here now. 7 overs left.
That's right. You've got the Lucinda Jensen is the new batsman. This is where it's probably hard for her because you're expected to go in and get going pretty quickly, aren't you?
Yeah, and to be fair, Lou's probably one of our better one-day batters in that she is someone that can go in and soak up a lot of pressure for us. So for her, this will be a challenge, definitely.
Okay.
But I think everyone's sort of encouraged this year just to keep going on with the strike rate.
Yeah, just take some risks and see how you go. You might even unlock a couple of shots that you didn't know you could play, things like that. I've got to ask, actually, Laura, while we've got you, because it's something that I've always wanted to talk about. We might spend the over in between balls getting something off you here, but or just watch. Do you know it's a change of bowling, actually? Sorry. It's
Good
beat
start
outside the off stump, I think. It is a change of bowling, isn't it? I'm not imagining that.
Sure is.
It's Naidu that's come back on to bowl. She's bowled 1 over at the start. It was an expensive over, but this is probably a better time for her to sink her teeth into her second over now.
Yeah, she got a nice little bit of shape early, actually. I don't think I've seen her, or from memory, I hadn't faced her before.
Okay.
But when she got her length right, it was much harder to hit.
Okay, and that's a decent length, but I think the width is the trouble there. So the umpire signals wide. She'll have to re-bowl that one. But, Laura, we do see lots of replays, certainly highlights packages that I've cut up for the last 12 months. There is a lot of these reverse sweeps. The one last week where you switch hit, reverse sweep for 6 over short third man. How did you learn to do that?
I sort of put it down to playing tennis for a lot of years.
Okay.
Just because it's a pretty conventional tennis backhand shot. And I remember watching. Well, I never used to play, and then I remember watching Maxie play it once and thought I'd give that a try. Just for a bit of. For me, cricket is just entertainment and whatever that can bring to the game. And I could never play a genuine covers drive to save myself, so it was a way to get the ball to the covers because they just used to stack that onside field. That I had to find a way to get the ball over that side.
It's actually quite intriguing to hear how it progressed to that level. So it actually more came out of the necessity of needing to get it through the offside. So you went, well, I can't do it right-handed. I'll just go left-handed.
That's the goal.
That's smart. Very smart.
However, it doesn't matter how you get it there.
Yep, that's exactly right. Now, Jensen is on strike. She's going to run here. This could be trouble if they hit. Well, they do hit, do they? But there was no trouble at all. She actually made it quite comfortably in the end. The umpire would just... Yeah, that's good. Really good running. And it's given Charlie Knott 2 balls in the over still. Should we know she's on a half century. She's 51 not out at the moment. And she is the key here, I would say, Laura, for posting probably a big total in this first innings.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of our innings, to be fair. I even find myself batting knowing Noddy is there with you, I guess, just lets you feel like you can play with even more freedom.
And Laura, do you have a preference between, we've seen you open the batting at stages, you're batting 3 at the moment. Do you have a preference or happy to go whenever?
I'm pretty happy, to be honest, about any time. I think I don't mind sitting up there, but the longer I sit up there, the more I start thinking about all these tricky shots that I don't need to necessarily play.
Absolutely. We see the final ball here, and that could be a run, no? Cinder Jensen says no.
You'll be on strike.
Yeah, I think that might have played a bit of a role in the decision-making there too, because it was actually quite a nice shot. Probably did get it to the gap, but Not will be on strike. That's the end of the 14th over. Means that there is only 6 overs to come, or 36 deliveries. What sort of total are we looking to post here, would you say, Laura?
Oh, look, I'd probably, I guess, aim for 140.
Yep.
Ish. 6 wickets. Noddy, a lot of that probably is also down to Noddy hanging around out there.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's a decent rate to go at for the last 6 overs still.
And Charlie Knott would be aware of that, you're thinking? She probably knows that she's the one that needs to bat pretty deep into this innings.
Yeah, I reckon she's actually quite a great game manager in terms of working around with who also that she's in with.
This is a good shot, sorry. I don't think this will go for 4. It's well fielded out there. She's played that shot a couple of times in the last over where she's used her feet, advanced down the wicket and beating the fielder at cover that's in the ring, trying to target this boundary out here in front of us.
Yep. Yeah, we're saying when I was out there, it's just a little bit slow to get that quite nice through the covers.
Yep.
So we get through.
That was hammered by Charlie Knott. That's that sweep shot again. She'll push and get back for 2 here. I think that's actually a pretty good effort from the fielder, because that looked like one I would have been jumping out of the way of. That was coming too fast.
Yeah, they're those finger breakers, those ones at ankle height.
That's right. You can see the fielder actually disappointed in herself. It might have even potentially carried. We get a little bit of an angle here on the replay. No.
Oh.
You're not catching that, I don't think. Down to long off now with this ball. That will be another run for Not Christina Coulson. She's in her last over, 3.3 overs, 2 for 27. Those 2 wickets were a big momentum shifter. One of them was you, Laura. We said we'd stop talking about that. I apologise. But she's looking to close out a really good bowling day for her.
Yeah, she's had a great day so far. She bowls just enough. She changes her pace of the ball just enough.
Yep.
Just to want to tempt you into that big shot.
That's right. This is nicely timed by Jensen, but it is unfortunately straight at the fielder for her. So just a little bit of pressure starting to build on Jensen. She would love to get Charlie Knott on strike as much as possible, but this is now the final ball of the over. So interesting to see what she does.
Be good.
Yeah. That actually is going to beat the fielder. No, it's not going to beat her, but it does allow for a single. It's a nice piece of fielding. It ends the 15th over with the score at 4 for 102. It's a really good game of cricket at the moment. We know UQ got off to an absolute flyer, and the Valleys have pegged it back pretty well here, Laura. It's sort of in the balance.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think George has probably got an over or 2 left as well.
Right, yes.
Does she come back in with the change of pace at the end?
Yeah, quite right. I actually mentioned that I was surprised maybe that Hinkley hadn't been saved for an over at the end, but she does still have 1 left as well. But Prestwidge, I think, has 2. So they've actually got some decent bowlers, that's for sure, some bowling strength to come back and close out the innings there.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they were trying to get Noddy out in the middle there and then bring George back just to try and knock over the end.
Yeah.
Knock over the...
Now, Laura, throughout this over, I might try and get your thoughts as well. Mel was on before and mentioned the WBBL that will be starting. I'll just watch this ball as Jensen has done well to get herself off strike on the very first ball of the over, so brings Charlie Knott back on strike, who's on 57. WBBL starting in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Talk us through what the next couple of weeks look like for you.
Yeah, well, it's all, everything's day by day at the minute with all the COVID stuff here. We've been packed, I'd say I've been 3/4 packed since Tuesday last week. We got to training, and then by 10 a.m. they said, no, everyone go home, we're leaving the Savo.
That's right.
Then we've just been waiting now on COVID cases every day just to see. I think the old footy finals kept us in the game, which has been good.
Perfect. Try not to get too political here on our commentary of the cricket game.
But no, it sounds like we probably will go to Tassie over the next few days.
Yep.
And then from there, it's just training and working up, just trying to be game ready, basically.
Okay, so it's a bit of a hub situation, I guess, for you in Tasmania.
No, once we're there, they've said we can basically
I might
live.
just interrupt you here for a second, Laura, because it's a nice shot from Charlie Knott that goes just past short third man. It only goes for 2, but she's building some nice momentum in her innings here. Probably set for, if she can bat in these last couple of overs, I think we might see some fireworks.
Yeah, big boundary down that side.
It's
I was hoping that'd roll away.
Yeah.
Comparison.
That's right. Yes, sorry, but once you get there, it's life as usual.
Yeah, they've given us just a list of, I guess, things like face masks and that we're wearing while we're there, and try not to get shot naughty.
Shot naughty, and that's going to put, they should get back for 2 here. Yeah. Good running from Jensen. It's appreciated by her teammates on the boundary, and not the more balls that she can face in this batting innings, you feel like the UQ total will continue to build.
Yeah, another, what are we at? 16, 4 and a bit to go.
Yeah. So do we have a fixture list or anything like for when the first game should be, or even that's day by day?
We just have been told, I think there has been new fixtures announced. That our first game got pushed back. I think we're on the 17th now. We play a couple of games in Hobart, and then we go to Launceston.
Okay, perfect. That's exciting. Looking forward to watching that.
By Noddy.
And aside, looking good, confident?
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody, even in this club cricket last few weeks, like all our girls have performed pretty well, considering, and everyone's had a solid lead up. That it will be, I'm excited for our group and what we can do.
That's right. And we know coaching, Ash Nofke is re-signed again.
Yep, another 3 years. He signed the other day, which is great news for women's cricket and for us specifically.
Yeah, that's right. That is definitely
up there with one of the best coaches, high-performance coaches I've had in the game, definitely.
It might put you on the spot a little bit, Laura, but when we talk about just coaches and how good they can be, is there something that you can give us that makes him so good when you say that? One of the greatest, well, one of the best coaches that you've sort of had the opportunity to work with. What is it, I guess, give us some insight as to what it is that you like so much about him?
Oh, I think a lot of it, and we focus on a lot of it as a group as well, is like, I guess, the person before the player.
That little graphic, that was cool.
Yeah. They're like just making sure, I guess it's more of a managerial role than coaching cricket per se for me, I think.
Yeah.
And just basically trying to get everyone that own belief in themselves that we can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Laura, you mentioned here that Prestwich had a couple of overs to go. She is actually using up her 3rd over now. We've just started the 17th over here. Yeah,
so they would have brought her back, I dare say, try and get Noddy play a risky shot here.
Yeah, Not is on strike. She started with the dot ball, Georgia, which will please her. She's in again now for her 2nd delivery of this over. And that's also a cut shot. That's pretty fine, I think, from Charlie Knott. No, it's well covered down there. It's slight misfield, but that won't cost any runs. Charlie not getting back for 2, which is probably, I mean, you'd love a couple of boundaries, but not being on strike is a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the odd sneaky boundary in there be a win, for sure, but take what we can get.
Absolutely.
Any run's a good run.
Any run's a good run, most certainly. And as you would expect, the field is placed mainly for those cut shots from Charlie Knott. Although so this is up, this is a catching chance. I think it's for the bowler, in fact. Oh no, it's gone down. Oh, that was a magnificent piece of bowling because Charlie Knott actually used her feet, advanced. You talk about the reason that Prestwich was back on was to try and make her play a silly shot. Well, she ran down the wicket there to try and hit her over the top. I think Georgia Prestwich actually saw her coming and has dropped it short. It's right on the beak, and it went up the chimney and unfortunately just put down in the sun.
where we might have had a bit of help there on our side.
Yeah, that's right. And now Jensen gets herself off strike. How costly could that be? I think you're right. It was one of those ones. It's pretty windy conditions as well. It's one of those ones that you probably, when it goes up, you think, oh no,
spin on the ball.
Yeah, you think it should be taken.
Yeah.
And they're usually the ones that you often see go down. So good bowling from Prestwich. She'd love to get the wicket of not,
George would be kicking herself for dropping it as well.
Yes, exactly. She's a pretty handy athlete.
Should be one of the best fielders in our group, GP.
Oh, that's nice pace as well. This goes down to third man for a single.
I think it definitely opens up, though, George bowling now, who, if not, he can hang in there, who's bowling the last over could be.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. So if you can have not bat sort of the full 20 overs, there might be a bowler that she feels like she can attack at the end there. It'd be interesting. You might maybe be better off sort of looking at Prestwich and just trying to get through for not at the moment. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Ooh.
Straight to the fielder though. They've come in quite tight to try and grab some dot balls there at the end of the over, and Prestwich finishes her third. She's got figures of 1 for 25.
Yeah. Swapping over.
Oh, Laura, you're done.
Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Tap on the shoulder. See you later. No, thank you so much for your company there. Laura Kimmins is who we just got to speak to, and we wish her all the best in the WBBL when that gets underway in a couple of weeks. And we welcome back into the commentary, table, I guess, Mel Bulow.
Good to be back for the last 3 overs, and what a refreshing attitude from Laura Kimmins, the way she plays cricket, just to entertain. It really, it's a lovely way to think about playing the game, taking the fear out of it and just playing. Yeah,
you're spot on. I was amazed by her story of how her shot selection developed as well. As we see, not now. That's hard, straight and fine leg. Short, fine leg. Yeah. She's actually got inside the line of that. It goes for 4. She's running still, but doesn't need to. And that was a really difficult chance. You're right, she timed that incredibly well.
You're probably not expecting that to come at such speed. I think that's what did her in the end. But, great shot from Charlie Knott. She probably would have just liked that, probably a metre either side. Yeah,
and in the replay there you can see that she goes deep in her crease and across her stumps to try and make sure that she can probably use the pace here and get it behind square. Jay now with her second ball the over. Oh, that's going to cost 4 as well.
Shot.
That's a brilliant shot from Charlie Knott. Oh, Mel, you like what you see there?
Certainly did. And there's nothing better than a full-blown pull shot where it just sounds so sweet off the middle. And Sierra J here, I noticed she's changed ends and might just be struggling to find that line and length that she had from this other end.
Just interesting to see if we get a change of field. It doesn't look like. So both balls Charlie Knott's been able to get behind square on the leg side. There's no change of field. We'll see where Jay tries to go. This one is high in the air. It might be 6, is it? It is huge. It's 6. It's the first one that we've seen today, and Charlie Knott, she has put the foot down.
She's really up the ante here, Charlie Knott. I love the way that she's really played this innings. Went to run a ball, probably for her first 30, has really accelerated towards this back end.
Mel, I'm pretty sure that that's against the breeze. So I was thinking maybe the other end might be the way to hit leg side for Charlie Knott, but she has gone against all advice that I would have offered.
And such good advice too, Lee.
That's right. I thought it was effective, but apparently not. Just hit it against the breeze if you can hit it that far. And she goes now. Well, that's hammered out to cover. She's starting to see them like beach balls here, Charlie Knott. That only will be 1 run, but it's 4 balls gone in the over.
It's definitely her area out there, but you can just see that she's going after anything here. She's got her eye in, and it's danger signs here for Valleys.
Spot on. Laura Kimmins talked about a score of maybe 140. I think that Charlie Knott's this over has given them a chance to be in excess of 150 now. It's Jensen on strike, and she's hitting off the back foot. They should get 1 here, I think. It's well fielded straight back.
Great play there from Lou Jensen too to get down the other end. Has seen Charlie Knott in the supreme form she's in and has got down the other end to give her the strike.
Yep, and it's an area that probably Jensen hasn't been able to do all the time, but towards this back end, well, Charlie Knott is building momentum in the innings. It's so important, isn't it?
Absolutely. Sierra J's got a task here to close out this over here now.
I think Knott will be proactive on this ball too. There she goes behind square. I don't know. I think that's beat her. I think I missed everything, actually. It might be signalled wides by the umpire. Yes, it is indeed. It went down leg side, and that is what being proactive as a batter can sometimes do to the bowler.
Yeah, she's forced Sierra J to try something different there and has just lost her action there a little bit.
Sierra J needs to try and close this over out. She will be bowling to Jensen. Jensen takes her stance. That one is a play and miss. Really good close to the set from Jay. That's been such a good line for their bowlers, especially with the keeper up to the stumps today. It's already led to one stumping, but it will mean, I think, Prestwich is going to close out now. There's only 2 overs to go. Laura Kimmins spoke about just to be interesting to see who bowls the 20th over. This is the penultimate over to be bowled by Georgia Prestwich, and with Charlie Knott on strike, who is smacking them on 81 not out of 59 balls.
Yeah, great cricket coming up for you for this last 12 balls here with Charlie Knott in the form she's in. And Georgia Prestwich will be looking to atone for that, the drop catch in that previous over and looking to get her here.
That's right. She starts her run up now. There is not. Oh, she's hit it straight to point, but it's dropped. And they might even push back. No, it'll just be the one. So Charlie Knott with a couple of lives in the last couple of overs, but she is seriously trying to hit the ball hard every delivery that she faces now.
When you hit the ball hard, it's always going to be tough to take that. Sienna Ginger might be kicking herself for dropping that one. I think it was very catchable. Yeah,
you can see there, it sort of swings away to her left. She got herself in good position. You could see when Knott hit it, she thought she was out. She started walking off. That is fast and full, and well, I think it's inside the wide line. I thought the way Jensen left it that it might be outside, but it's just snuck inside the wide line. That's pretty good bowling though to get full there, isn't it?
Important for Prestwich to keep going here. She's had a couple drop chances there, but she just needs to keep going, bowling those right areas, and the wickets will come.
Absolutely, and she's done so well in her last 2 overs. She was under siege for her first 2. Jensen's a little bit late on that one, and Prestwich is bowling with some good heat.
Jensen just needs to get something on that and get Knott down the other end. I see Charlie Knott coming down to talk to her here, and I dare say that's what she'll be saying. Just get something on it and get me on strike.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Charlie Knott here, I am not ruling out the possibility of running a bye.
Absolutely.
Georgia Prestwich is bowling that fast. The keeper
that may have been the conversation.
Yeah, well, the keeper's back so far. I think that if you leave your non-striker's position as early as you can, there's a chance to get one there. That's through. They might have had the discussion, and the umpire he was called into action there. It must have been close with the throw back at the stumps. In fairness, Mel, not for the first time today, I think that would have made me look like an idiot.
You're kidding.
That has come back.
Isn't that the default?
Look how quickly that came back and hit the stumps. So don't run on that, I would suggest.
Well
Kira
done,
Holmes,
Charlie Knott, once again.
Yeah, she's a better player than me. Kira Holmes is awake to that. That is short, and that's well done, now Jensen. Good bat speed from Jensen. This will actually test the fielder down at third man. They're going to come back for 2. It was a little bit shorter from Prestwich. I thought those really full-length balls have troubled Jensen. She went into the wicket on that occasion. Jensen good enough to get it up and over the top for 2.
I actually wondered whether they might have thought about just taking a single and getting Knott on strike for this last ball. But good confidence shown by Knott and her partner Jensen here.
What they probably do really want, though, is Knott on strike for the last over, particularly. She had a big over the 17th one. Prestwich to close out. Jensen, that's bold. That is serious bowling. That was at the base of the stumps. Jensen tried to use her feet to advance, and it was right underneath the bat. That's on the buzzer.
Terrific death bowling there from Georgia Prestwich, and she's really come back well in this last 2 over spell of hers. Deserves that wicket. Glad she was able to sneak one through there. Yeah,
when she finishes with figures now, her 4 overs done, finishes with figures of, I think it was 2 for 28 off her 4 overs. So that is pretty good going after copping a bit of a hammering right at the start of the innings.
So Brianna Craven, the new batter here, to join Charlie Knott for the final 6 balls. Knott here on 82. Can she get to 100? Yeah, well, she'll be targeting it, that's for sure. I would expect that she's trying to hit every ball as hard as she can. It's Hinkley with 1 over to go. She will be who is bowling. She's bowled 3 overs for 14 runs, an economy of 4.67. So if there's one bowler you probably want to have bowling the 20th, it would be her at the moment. She makes a change in the field to get deep square leg round, squarer in fact, like right on square leg. Where does Charlie Knott try and go now?
Oh, she's hit it hard through cover. They want to try and come back for two. You may as well try and go. They're going to throw to the bowler's end. Craven is struggling a little bit. No, she gets back nicely. That's good. The ball was hit so hard by Knott that they couldn't get in off the fence quickly, the fielder. It made it a really long throw, and that's good running to get back for two.
A good test for Hinkley here too. I think you could say that she changed the complex of the game early on there, bowling a lot of dot balls in good areas. So they'll be looking for her to repeat that here.
Spot on, Mel. This is interesting. Not on strike. It could be a big total if she gets hold of one. She's out of her crease. She's inside edge. It's a great piece of bowling from Hinkley. Took the pace off again. Knott will want to come back. And I think she has. It was inside edge. It only just got past the keeper. It was a wonderful slower ball from Hinkley. I haven't seen a replay of it yet, but here we go. Knott got out of her crease looking to smack it as long as she could and just got the inside edge that just beat the wicket keeper. It's good bowling from Hinkley so far. This one is now, it's got past short fine leg, and again I think she'll try and get back for two here, Knott. Once again the change of pace from Hinkley was very good. She's keeping the pace off the ball at the moment, Mel.
Bowling really great. What you don't want to do here is drop short to Knott, because that's her strength. So if you can keep it as full as she can, and ones and twos are acceptable at this point in the game.
Yeah. Oh, you almost. I mean, the over's gone for 6 off 3 balls, but that's a pretty good result. Like you said, in the 20th over, you're expecting to cop a couple of boundaries. Well, that one is hit hard, but again, it's to the sweeper. They're going to have to try and come back once more, I think. I'm surprised that Craven didn't go there. That's a long throw for the boundary too. But she will now face the second last ball of the innings, and it's her first ball. Charlie
Nothing
Knott.
to lose here for Brianna
That's
Craven.
right. This is a tough time to bat, to be fair. You just come out with no siders and try and ding it. Oh, she's hit it hard out to cover. It's actually a really nice start.
Well done.
Just a regular cricket shot there. A nice drive through cover. So Charlie Knott, how can she take some momentum into the bowling innings for UQ here? Laura Kimmins was pretty right with her prediction. 5 for 142 we sit at with 1 ball to go. Charlie Knott will be trying to hit this into the trees somewhere. She's out of her crease. She's got it. She's got every bit of it. I think it's right over the top for 6. What a way, what a statement to finish the innings. That is very good. Hats off to Michaela Hinkley. She bowled 4 overs there, none for 28. A couple of really good overs. That 6 off the last ball probably hurts a bit. But what an innings to Charlie Knott. She finishes on 95 not out of 65 deliveries. Her year has been so good already. And what an innings that was, Mel.
Charlie Knott, take a bow. I mentioned the way that she constructed that innings. There's a lot to like about that. And this, great signs for the WBBL coming up in a couple of weeks' time. I mentioned at the start she's been averaging 95 and looks spot on today. So well played, Charlie Knott.
Yeah, that's right. It's make you look like a statistical genius there, Mel. And you've been great in commentary as well for this first innings. We're going to have a little break here for the mid-innings break. And we will be right back with you with the run chase in a couple of minutes. turned it into a half volley. It wasn't a bad delivery. Again, she uses her feet, and now she goes hard. That's back at the bowler. That's actually, well, one of the harder chances you could get. But and they're coming back for 2, which I didn't know there was 2 there, so they'll be happy with that as well. This ball into Knott, and this beats her completely. That's just lovely there. She's gone the reverse sweep. Taken, what a catch! Wow. It was outstretched hands and that sort of reverse sweep from Kimmins. Oh no, this is going to cost a wicket too. They've been very clean with their catching so far, Valleys. Ruby Strange, unfortunately, we see the... Oh, that's a chance. The back foot might have dragged a little bit. Great wicket keeping there.
Oh, perfect.
That's nice length. And Charlie Knott's going again. This could be a chance at the bowler's end. Again, the throw's a little bit wide of the stumps, and we'll wait for a signal from the umpire. There is no signal, which would indicate that there was actually a nick. I didn't see a replay there. There actually might have been a bit of... That could have been an opportunity, potentially. The umpire hasn't signaled by. As per usual, that's the standard you expect. That's the 50. That is the 50 for Charlie Knott. Sorry, I'll stop giving myself a rap, and we'll go back to... Yep, that's exactly right. Now, Jensen is on strike. She's going to run here. This could be trouble if they hit... Well, they do hit, do they? But there was no trouble.
Through the covers.
Yep.
So we there get through.
That was hammered by Charlie Knott. That's that sweep shot again. She'll push and get back for 2 here for those cut shots from Charlie Knott. Although she... Oh, so this is up. This is a catching chance. I think it's for the bowler, in fact. Oh, no, it's gone down. Oh, it was developed as well. As we see Knott now. That's hard. Straight and fine leg. Short, fine leg. Yeah. She actually got inside the line of that. It goes for 4. She's running still, but with her second ball the over. Oh, that's going to cost 4 as well. Shot. That's a brilliant shot from Charlie Knott. Oh, Mel, you like what you see there?
Certainly did.
Let's go. This one is high in the air. It might be 6, is it? It is huge. It's 6. It's the first one that we've seen today, and Charlie Knott, she is go. This one is high in the air. It might be 6, is it? It is huge. It's 6. It's the first one that we've seen today, and Charlie Knott, she starts her run up now. There is not. Oh, she's hit it straight to point, but it's dropped. And they might even push back. No, it'll just be the one position as early as you can. There's a chance to get one there. That's through. They might have had the discussion, and with the umpire or the 17th one, Presswich to close out. Jensen, well, that's bowled. That is serious bowling. That was at the base of the stumps. Jensen tried to use her feet to advance. Interesting, not on strike. It could be a big total if she gets hold of one. She's out of her crease. She's inside edge. It's a great piece of bowling from Hinkley. Took the pace off again. Knott will want to come back. She's out of her crease. She's got it. She's got every bit of it. I think it's right over the top for 6. What a way. What a statement. She's out of her crease. She's got it. She's got every bit of it. I think it's right over the top for 6. What a way. What a statement to finish the innings. Well, welcome back to the KFC Queensland Premier Cricket action here in the form of Katherine Raymont Shield. We're at Peter Eastern Oval, where we are about to witness the run chase from Valleys. They will be chasing a total of 5 for 148 that were posted by the University of Queensland in the first innings. My name is Lee Drennan, and it's great to have your company as per usual. I'm joined in commentary by Mel Bulow. And Mel, what have you seen in the first innings? How do you think this is shaping up in terms of this run chase?
Oh, it's certainly shaping up to be match of the round. I think, Charlie Knott, obviously star in the first half of this match, and Michaela Hinkley here got great form behind her as well, and we'll certainly be looking to emulate what Charlie did in that first innings.
Absolutely. That knock from Charlie, it was 95 not out, I reckon, off 65 balls. Just pushed the accelerator at the end. We're in now to start. It's a nice start from Hinkley. That's going to be a quick single to get underway. The bowler is Blamey, I believe, who will start. Getting my scoreboard to update here. We're battling, but
Emmy Blamey, a great start from her, and good for Michaela Hinkley. That's a really great confident start to plunge onto the front foot and get down the crease.
And we spoke about Michaela Hinkley. She's the second leading run scorer behind Charlie Knott, who's obviously doing great things. So she's in some form as well. I know there was a weekend, 2 weekends back, where she went back-to-back 80s in 2020 fixtures. So she's probably the key, you would think, in this run chase.
Also scored a century in round 2. So if she scores a century here, that's going to be some way to getting Valleys over the line here.
You know much about the journey of Michaela Hinkley from New South Wales, I think, Mel, is I'm probably starting a topic I'm not confident in here. We'll just watch this ball. That's a lovely shot too. That's beat the fielder at point.
Beautiful stroke behind point there.
Well, that's what you want on your first ball. Excellent timing behind point there.
Yeah, and I'm afraid, Lee, I'd be continuing a topic that I'm not overly confident in either. But, yeah, Michaela Hinkley, I do know, grew up in New South Wales and came through the juniors there, but now settled up in Queensland and really finding her feet here in the Queensland structure.
Yeah, exactly right. It's Lucinda Burke, who is a left-handed batsman on strike. She's on 2 off her first ball, facing her second. That's also going to be a run. I tell you what, they've showed some energy with the running between wickets to start here, the two Valleys batters.
That's definitely what they're going to need to chase this big total, just getting up and down the crease early and hitting that bad ball for 4.
Spot on, Mel, and they're rotating the strike, so you can see that there's a lot of field changes going on, which won't be great for the over 8 with this left-handed, right-handed batting combination. Michaela Hinkley with quite an open bat face when she takes stance here, which gives her an enormous amount of power, which we hope to see at some stage in this innings. Oh my
wow.
Goodness me, that's done everything,
really
that ball. Hasn't it? Michaela Hinkley's
that's got to have hit something there on the pitch.
She's not particularly impressed, and I can understand that, to be honest. She got absolutely chainsawed there.
And it looks like Hinkley's batting a little bit out of her crease there, but it's obviously hit a crack there. Let's just have a look at this replay.
Wow, it was just sort of a regular length delivery.
Oh, yeah, that's hit something.
Leapt up massively. It wasn't that short from Blamey. Hopefully it doesn't put too many demons in Hinkley's head. She comes through and just probably bouncing a little bit more than she's expecting at the moment.
Spot
isn't
there.
it?
I'm not sure what's happened in the innings break, but this pitch has suddenly got a bit of life about it.
That's right. Yeah, it's just obviously a couple of dogs ran across it or something in the
that bird from earlier.
That bird, heavy body mass, and they are. Well, she's done well to get off strike there, Hinkley. She's on 2. Cinder Burke is on 3. And we are closing out the first over of the run chase here. Again, Burke with nice ability to get on top of the ball and hit through cover. That's the end of the first over. They won't be disappointed with that start. UQ, after posting 148 in the first innings. If you missed it, you need to go back and have a look at some of the highlights. Hopefully they become available across the week on the social channels, because Charlie Knott has played one of the great innings there. Carrying her bat, she batted for the entire 20 overs. She was 95 not out from 65 balls, including hitting the last ball of the innings for 6, Mel.
Oh, very impressive. And what did impress me most about Charlie's innings is the way she constructed it. Probably struggled a little bit early, but, found her feet towards the back end of her innings really beautifully. And as you said, a beautiful stroke over mid-wicket for 6 to finish that innings off for Uni.
Yeah, and just while we're getting underway with the bowling here, Mel. You might like to get a couple of those scores you were speaking about. You said that this was the match of the round. We may as well update people on some of the other scores in the Katherine Raymont Shield. We know that this is round 7. Round 8 will be played in the afternoon today. All of those games start at 2 p.m. And we're going to see Ruby Strange, I believe, open the bowling from the other end here. I'm not sure what the ends are called at Peter Eastern Oval. The bushland end down there. There's
The clubhouse
plenty of
end.
trees, yeah. She's in the bowl now. Oh, Hinkley's good bat speed. There's no fielder down here behind square leg, interestingly. I think that's been signalled a wide, I believe.
As you mentioned, Lee, we've got Western Suburbs taking on the Sunshine Coast, and in a surprise, West 7 for 79 off their 20 overs. I guess the key there was Grace Harris out for a golden duck, and that obviously stifled West's innings.
Yes, that's right. Here we go. There might be back-to-back wides, I think. Well, that one's actually signalled a no ball, interestingly, by the umpire. So it must have missed the cut stuff altogether. That is definitely a no ball when it doesn't hit the pitch whatsoever. And the bad thing about that is it results in a free hit, actually. So, and Michaela Hinkley is someone we know can deposit free hits. It's probably not the ideal start for Ruby Strange. Here she is. That one's straight, but it's dealt with.
Shot by Hinkley.
Oh, my. And that is the benefit of being donated a free hit earlier in the innings. That is just hit with some authority. That could get her going.
And that is what you want as an opening batsman early on. No fear of getting out and just swing hard, and that's what Michaela Hinkley's done there. Great shot.
What a stroke. Obviously aided by the fact that it was a free hit. I'll let you keep going through the results. Then Mel will just stick with the action for this ball. It's all happening quite quickly this over. That's equally well timed from Hinkley. It's through. She's not even bothering to run. It's over the boundary for 4. It was a full toss from Ruby Strange, but Hinkley's timing through the leg side off her wheels there. Very impressive.
Yeah, Ruby Strange hasn't quite found her rhythm just yet, and Michaela Hinkley, that's what you want after a free hit, a full toss on your legs, and she's deposited that for 4. Beautiful stroke.
You get the feeling that Hinkley would love to play a similar role to Charlie Knott for UQ. That's a full toss as well. It's actually mistimed, but it's beat the fielder at mid-off. And that will run away for the 3rd consecutive boundary for Michaela Hinkley in this over. And all of a sudden, they are matching the rapid start, Mel, that UQ got.
Probably not the start that Uni would have wanted from their bowling, but Michaela Hinkley looking the goods here early on. As you mentioned, Lee, in another game, Ipswich taking on Sandgate Redcliffe out at Ipswich. Ipswich, another low-scoring affair, out for 83. Sandgate, in response, 1 for 13. So could be a tight one, but a partnership here for Sandgate you would seemingly think would get them home.
Yeah, they've been impressive, Sandgate. Strangers in again. This is another full toss. It's equally well timed down the ground. This will actually take some stopping as well from the fielder at long on, getting around. Can't do anything about it. What a piece of timing from Michaela Hinkley. She has hit 6, 4, 4, 4 in this over. That could be wrong. I think they're all just 4s, in fact, but it sounds slightly better the way that I said it.
That's just in the detail.
Yeah.
Hinkley batting well in any case.
Anyway, she's smacking the ball around is what I was trying to say there. I apologise for getting the specifics incorrect. And this will go back to the bowler. There's a dot ball for Ruby Strange. That's what she needed. Exactly, Mel. You called it. It was still actually got to Michaela Hinkley on the full, but it was much more that Yorker length. You'd love to see her probably just pull her length back a little bit here as she tries to close out this second over. What a start for Valleys. There it is, but that's out. Oh, it's just happened in the blink of an eye. What a catch.
I was just thinking of how great Hinkley was looking down the ground just to shorten that length a little bit, and she's done that. I thought possibly too short, but great snare there in gully.
Well, we talked about dragging the length back, Mel. That was probably not as short as we had in mind, but you can see that it has been effective. It was actually cut from Hinkley with reasonable timing again, but it picked out the fielder behind square there perfectly. It's a game of inches sometimes, Mel. If that goes a metre either side of the fielder, she hits 5 consecutive boundaries in a row.
Absolutely, and she's on her way, but yeah, this is going to be a great battle here now for Valleys without their main run scorer this season, Michaela Hinkley, gone early. What can they do in response?
The good thing is she has given them some momentum here, Mel. She's given them some fireworks at the start. They're on 23 runs off 2 overs, so the run rate is of no concern. Michaela Hinkley is dismissed for 18 off 10, and Emmy Blamey has been credited with the catch there, so she bowled the first over and then has taken that catch. She's had a really good start to the innings as well.
In other games, Lee, we've had Wynnum Manly taking on Gold Coast. Another low-scoring affair. Looks like we really do have the match of the round here. Wynnum out for 95. Gold Coast in response, none for 6.
Okay, but there's nothing low-scoring about this game here. It will be Lucinda Burke on strike. Emmy Blamey is going to bowl her second over of the innings, and you would think that one of these two batters probably needs to bat reasonably deep into the innings now. They're under a little bit of pressure with such a big wicket of Michaela Hinkley in the last over. Must have been I'll get back to that, Mel. Just watch the action here. Emmy Blamey is in, and this is a pull shot. It's clothed. It wasn't well struck at all. It's probably saved her, in all honesty. And Emmy Blamey has found the ability to get some serious bounce, extract all bounce out of this wicket.
There must be a certain spot there on the wicket that is definitely causing some problems now for the batsman.
Yeah, I just saw a boundary hit by Sunshine Coast that came over to our commentary box from the other field there, Mel, so obviously someone's doing some damage over there as well. We'll keep you updated on that one as Blamey comes in now for the second ball of her over. This is short, and that's a nice shot there from Burke that'll be out. She's been really good at getting off strike here, Lucinda Burke. She hasn't hit a boundary yet, but had two and rotated the strike really well. That's been impressive. It'll now be the job of Harris to try and do the same thing.
Abby Harris here, right-hander. So they've got the left-hand, right-hand combination, which has been causing some issues early on here for the bowlers.
I think that's actually a really handy thing for them to be able to have. So left-hand, right-hand, they're having to adapt the field a great deal. They've actually got both fielders out on the offside here to Abby Harris, and they might have some intel, Mel. Well, that one's going to go for 4 because they don't have any fielder down there on the leg side, and she's rolled inside. I might have gone early there. I don't think it has gone for 4. They're running them out. It'll come back. They'll get 3, in fact.
Just short.
I'm not sure who was the fielder responsible there, but that was definitely an early crow from me. Yet another mistake to chalk.
You bring up your half-century shortly yourself.
Dearie me. It's a tough gig. Sorry. But 3 runs to Harris, and you take that off your first ball, that's for sure. It was an interesting field, though.
A lot of vacant space down there. Yeah. That's what happens when you've got a left and right-hand combination. That would have been a great ball to the left-handed batter, but the right-handed Harris was able to get that down there.
Oh, Burke, she's got a bit more of that one. That is up and over the leg side and going towards the boundary. It's not her best timing. They will come back for 2. Been very impressed with her positivity to start, though. She is not letting herself be dictated to by the bowler.
Great intent, just has to connect, and that will definitely come the more balls she faces.
Spot on. It has looked a difficult wicket, well, in this second innings to try and get your timing, with a couple of those sort of popping up, and Emmy Blamey's length has been troubling for some batters. She's in now for her 5th ball of the delivery or the over. Oh, and this one is a catching chance. It's put down. Wow, again, that length just troubling.
It is. It's awkward, shortish length, but yeah, Burke having a few problems off the back foot there.
And Emmy Blamey, she actually got fingertips on that as the ball was coming back towards the umpire and the stumps. We'll see a replay there, I think, on your screens where you can see it's the attempted pull shot, but it's almost too quick as well.
Just turn her head at the last second there and took her eyes off it.
Would have been a spectacular chance. That's a better shot there, and they're going to go straight away.
Great running.
Yeah, good running. That's where they have been very good, rotating the strike early. Emmy Blamey finishes her second over. There was a little half chance within that over, but her figures of none for 12 are more than respectable, having bowled 2 overs in the early power play. And Ruby Strange has given her hat to the umpire, so she will continue for her second over as well. The score is 1 for 30 after 3, so they're growing great guns here, Valleys, but this was a similar start to what UQ got, and those couple of wickets really pegged it back.
It really did. It'd be important here, though, Valleys, that they need to find a Charlie not-like innings to get them home here. Ruby Strange, great that she's given another opportunity without having Hinkley down the other end to bowl to, so we'll see how she responds here.
Just seeing Laura Kimmins inject herself into the game from slip. She's made a fielding change. They have put one more fielder on the leg side now. And the length was good, but the width troubling again there, so that's also called a wide as the wind's starting to pick up here, Mel, so that could play a factor for the bowlers trying to find some rhythm as well.
Particularly with the left-hand, right-hand combination, you probably don't want that added extra difficulty with the wind, but yeah, Ruby's got a challenge here.
Absolutely, she's in now to bowl. This one straight away. Well, that's a lovely piece of timing. And again, what she's been so good at, Lucinda Burke, is the ability to hit gaps and just go straight away. She's rotated the strike, hasn't hit a boundary, but she's moved to 8 off 9. So if you can, I think at the stage where you're trying to get yourself into your innings, if you can be moving at about a strike rate of 100 like that, then when you sort of hit one boundary, all of a sudden you're going quite quickly.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned earlier, run rate isn't a problem right now. What is important is for these two to build a partnership to give the lower order batsmen something to work with.
We're just losing sunnies and things getting blown off the table left, right and centre here. So that wind is picking up. Interesting to see if any batters can make the most of that later. It's Harris. She's hit it hard and caught at mid-on. What a wicket. It wasn't the worst shot, you wouldn't say, from Abby Harris there. She just picked out the fielder for the second time in the Valley's innings. We've seen reasonably timed cricket shots just result in wickets.
It's good catching there once again, and that's what you need when you're defending a total like that and they've gone hard early. You need to take your chances, and that's what they've done here.
Well, they have, exactly. We said it in the UQ innings as well. We thought Valleys in that first power play, they also took 2 really good catches. And UQ have done the exact same thing. The 2 wickets coming from well-timed cricket shots needed to be either side of the fielder, and they probably would have been boundaries. Instead, they result in 2 wickets, and the score will be 2 for 32 when we can get the scorecard updated. And that means that probably it's gone from being a really positive start to Valleys to the game being a little more in the balance now. And Ruby Strange, despite copping a bit of stick with those 4 consecutive boundaries from Hinkley, she's now got 2 for.
Well done to a young player for coming back like that. Sometimes can be a little bit demoralising when you're taken early, but the ability to come back, it shows the character of a player, and she's done well there, Ruby Strange.
It is right. And the new batsman, Mel, I think that is going to join her is Naidu, and she will be on strike. The batter's obviously not able to cross. That ball was hit flat to the fielder. And that one, it's a positive start for the Valley's batter, but it's another dot ball for Strange. So she continues to build some confidence in her bowling spell.
I was actually speaking to the Valley's coach in the break there, Letitia Randall, and she said Naidu is a New Zealand player, plays for Northern Districts in New Zealand, and it's actually stuck over here, can't get a flight back home, so she's playing for Valleys at the moment. So great acquisition for them.
That's very handy. Oh, and that's, well, no, got allowed to pass. I thought it might be wide, but the umpire was satisfied that it was inside the lines there. Nice length again from Strange. Yeah, well, that's maybe a tactic for other clubs out there. Just try and get
I think she's about 20,000th person in line for a flight back home, the poor thing. So,
dearie me. And get another couple of players stuck over. Well, she starts positively and thinks about a run, but well fielded at mid-off. This has been a really good over from Ruby Strange. I mean, if you are going to be stuck, at least...
You might as well be here in Queensland.
You can be playing cricket.
That's it.
The KFC Queensland Premier Cricket. It's not a bad place to be stuck. Well, she's gone through the leg side here. She'll pick up a couple of runs, I would think, and open her account. That was proactive batting too, wasn't it?
You could see she was keen to get up and back there, Naidu. So, yeah, that's great leadership. You can tell she's got experience there. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Very impressive. And she starts well as well. So Lucinda Burke is still in. Naidu is in with her. They require 115 from 96 balls. So the run rate is well and truly under control. Those couple of wickets in the wicket column would be the only concern. Definitely. And, yeah, losing Hinkley earlier was a big blow, but great opportunity here for these players to step up. Yeah, as you said, just slightly over a run a ball, and it's definitely doable if these two can get a partnership going here.
And we are seeing the UQ just get themselves in position, about to start the 5th over. We know that the first power play is 6 overs long, so only 2 fielders are allowed outside of the circle to start. I think those fielders are again on the offside, so third man and deep extra cover. And is this a change of bowling, Mel? Is that the same?
No, this is Blamey once again.
That's Blamey going 3 in a row, yeah. There is that length, and this time she does get better connection, and there's no fielder at fine leg, so this could potentially run away, although fielder giving good chase, it will go for 4. Lovely shot. Lucinda Burke, we've mentioned that she's got herself going with some singles. She gets her first boundary now.
And that's what we're talking about. They don't need to do anything silly here, but just hitting that bad ball for 4, and that's what Lou Burke has done there.
And it's been a length that she's actually struggled with. And what I liked about that was she got inside the line and was able to roll it behind square, as opposed to trying to probably generate her own pace from balls that are beating her for pace, I guess. Not the ideal start for Blamey, but she's in for her second ball of the over. And that's short too, and that's nice timing, but it's straight to point. That'll be a dot ball. Nice take by the keeper on the return throw.
Just a metre to the right of that fielder, and it would have found its way to the fence.
It's been a little bit of a story of the Valley's innings so far, actually. Just love to see a few more balls go into gaps at the moment, and they could build some real momentum in this run chase. They've got the run rate under control. Well, there's Burke with lovely timing. That is where the field is well placed, out there at deep extra cover. And that'll just be the 1 run to Burke. She moves to 13 runs off of 12 deliveries. Blamey is bowled. As we mentioned, this is her 3rd over as well, so she might just store 1 over potentially, Mel, for the back end of the innings.
I think that will definitely be the case. I'd love to see it pitch marginally fuller. She has found a little bit in the pitch on that shortish length, but I think just marginally fuller will create a lot of problems for these batsmen.
Spot on. This will be the first delivery that she's bowled to the new batsman. And she walks in, starts her run up now. Well, this is a catching chance. You would think it's up in the air, and it's put down. Put down. There were just sort of 2 fielders that were converging on it. They weren't exactly sure, Mel, who wanted to go for it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really did in the end. Yeah, I'm not sure the communication was there, but that would have been another important breakthrough and would really have put Uni in the box seat there. You
have to feel sorry for Blamey here. She's bowled particularly well. Well, she put 1 down off her own bowling, and now 1 that's been dropped off of her. But that length that she's bowled has caused real headaches for the Valley's batsmen. Oh, that one's gone underground.
Oh, wow. I don't know what's happened in this innings break.
I might have to message a few of the Valley's players and find out if this is a trait that happens in the second innings. But, I mean, you would think if it was going to favour one team, it would want to go with the Valley's home ground advantage.
This replay will be interesting here.
This is intriguing. That hasn't bounced at all.
As a batsperson, that doesn't give you a lot of confidence, does it, when you're down the other end?
No, as a batter, you're not enjoying that. And that one's a really good shot here from Lucinda Burke. That's a long boundary out there, and the fielder is getting around to it. Does reasonably well, keeps it inside. I think they're getting well with her still.
Go at it. Yeah.
I think she's still done well twice potentially to keep it off the boundary rope.
That second effort.
Wow.
Really nonchalant stroke there, but really raced away to the boundary.
Her timing through the offside, Lucinda Burke, she's been incredible. She moves to 16 off 14 deliveries faced, and she's starting to take shape as maybe the person that needs to bat deep into this innings. Lovely piece of timing, 3 runs there.
And great spell of bowling to open this innings for Blamey. As I mentioned, she might have been a bit short, but obviously she's found some lengths there that are causing some real difficulty for the batters. So, great first spell from her, assuming that she doesn't bowl out.
Well, we are assuming that at the moment, but it will be interesting. I think the wicketkeepers had to run all the way off for the helmet here, which is unfortunate, but that would indicate that there will be a change of bowling. And you're probably expecting it to be a spinner there. We're seeing the run-up marked out. It's very small. It might even be Charlie Knott, in fact, to bowl, I think. After dominating with the bat, she is now going to come on and try and really gain the ascendancy with the ball as well. And these off-spinners are more than handy, aren't they, Mel?
Oh, absolutely. And what can't she do, really, Charlie? Not you'd expect her to to really do well here.
Yeah, it's been a great day for her. She's bowling to Burke and starts well, and that's again well timed. Well, the running between wickets from Lucinda Burke has been a key highlight for her, I think. She looks very hard to bowl a dot ball to.
Well, she's been aggressive. Her intent is great. And I love the early signs here from Burke.
And the right-handed batter now coming across. So, again, we see the UQ fielders having to sort of reposition. Reminder that this is the last over of that initial batting power play. 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. They've gone 1 on either side of the field here. A deep mid-wicket is 1. That's a little bit short of that ball.
She's got away with that not.
Yeah. She probably didn't look that happy with her delivery when she let go of it, but mistimed by the Valley's batter. So it does result in a dot ball. I would love to find the middle of her bat just to get some confidence, get her innings going as well. It's important they have 2 batters going. And that one is a better shot. That's nice timing indeed. It's out and there's well moved, and that's a good arm actually from the fielder out there. So that's probably something to be wary of as the innings goes later and you start looking to probably turn those 1s into 2s a little bit more.
Yeah, great play from Naidu. She obviously learnt from that ball early and found the gap there to get Burke back on strike.
Burke, she has been a good touch to start her innings. That's short as well. I don't think that's timed particularly well, but it lands in the gap safely. Lucinda Burke again. The wind is going right that way, so you can sort of understand Burke looking to maybe target that boundary as they... I just don't know that they need to be too greedy with the boundaries at the moment, though, Mel. It's only 103 off 86. The run rate's pretty good.
I think wickets in hand are going to be crucial here. If they can get to about 15 overs and within sight, they can really have a crack.
Again, and now on the back foot cutting again is Naidu. That one goes to cover, though, for a dot ball. So Knott's over has been pretty good here with 1 ball remaining. Figures of none for 3, especially in the power play. Well, Naidu actually has a piece of that, but there's one fielder out there. Well, potentially a catching chance. It just didn't quite pick up the depth that it was coming in. And it'll be disappointing for Naidu too, because she actually got a really good piece of it. Any other position on the ground, and that is 4 runs for her. As it turns out, it's just a single, not a catch or a boundary, just a single. So a lot happening there for 1 run, Mel.
Just held up in the wind there, didn't it? Yeah, the other side of the field, as you mentioned, Lee, and it would have gone for 6, but yeah, probably fortuitous for the bats person there that she was hitting that into the wind.
That's right. We've seen some on your camera screen. The Valley's batters don't look too stressed up there. They're ready to go in. And the signal from the umpire there signalling that the power play is now over. They are able to have 4 fielders outside of the fielding ring now. And we're seeing a change of bowling again. We'll get a name for you there in a second. It will be Naidu on strike because of the single off the last ball. So they start the 7th over here with the score at 2 for 47. And it's a left arm bowler that comes in now, and that's a full time. Well, that's a chance. It's out. Yeah. Well, first ball. Is there any better introduction to the bowling crease than that?
Charlotte Atkinson bowled a full toss there, and you expect that to go, but it's gone straight back to her, and she's taken a really sharp chance, so well done.
It's never easy off your own bowling either, Mel. That's not really what you're expecting. You run in, let go of the ball. The last thing you sort of want is the ball flying back at you. As you said, it actually was that sort of low full toss. It hit really high on the bat and did so well to get her position regained.
Nonchalantly throws it back to the umpire.
Not even a celebration at all. It was almost like it was a training drill. Yeah. I thought she was going to run back to her mark there. She didn't even realise it was out. Amazing stuff.
First ball from Charlotte Atkinson. Well done. And this brings Georgia Presswich out. Important for Georgia here to work with Lucinda Burke. They really need a partnership here to get this innings back on track.
Did forget about the fact that Georgia Presswich was still to come in the batting lineup. There is a real threat of a player that can be damaging at the batting crease. Then there is no bigger one than Georgia Presswich, and this will be a chance for her really to stamp her authority on the game in probably a run chase where Valleys need a contribution from ML.
Well, she's definitely got time on her side here. I guess generally speaking, when she comes into bat, it's at the back end and she doesn't have many balls to play with, but she really has time to set herself up here for a big innings.
I wouldn't mind seeing, I know that you're allowed 4 fielders outside the ring. You could potentially even bring up this fielder on the offside and really try and gain another dot ball at the start. Just try and blow the gap out a bit between runs needed and balls remaining, Mel. Start, that hits the pad, I think. So Charlotte Atkinson's got her length on the second ball, and it is a dot ball as well, pitching well outside leg, which is the reason why there was not any interest in an appeal.
Well, Charlotte Atkinson running back to her mark. She's super keen. I love the high energy here.
Well, she might know that the overrate could be a problem for UQ maybe, and she's trying to do her part for the team there. But you're right, I've never seen a bowler be so keen to get back to their mark. That's nicely played as well. That will beat the fielder, so Prestwidge opens her account. But again, very handy bowling from Charlotte Atkinson. She started beautifully, 3 deliveries, figures of 1 for 1. And she's still got a real spring in her step walking back to her mark. If there's any Redlands first grade bowlers out there watching, they could take a real leaf out of that book, actually. It's a key learning area. Well done, Charlotte.
I do agree, though, Lee, what you mentioned about having this cover fielder up. That would have kept Georgia on strike and created that dot ball pressure once again.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was sort of thinking. If they can stack a couple of dot balls on here, it just seems a great time to do it when you have a fresh batter to the crease. Sorry. Owen Burke again looking eager to rotate the strike there. What a start from Charlotte Atkinson. The other thing that she does, Mel, well, she didn't really do it on purpose, probably born that way, but the left arm variation is throwing a bit of a spanner in the works too. It's something that we haven't seen yet in this game.
Absolutely, as an opening batter, I never really enjoyed facing left armers, having them go across your body. So, yeah, really handy player here for the uni team.
Oh, what a shot that is from Lucinda Burke. The timing of that. This will take some real stopping from the field. Oh, that's a great effort from the fielder too. Wow, what a ball. The action here is just continuing. You're watching it on KO Sports. I would assume it's fantastic viewing at the moment. The shot from Lucinda Burke was beautiful through the covers. And then I'm not sure who it was with the fielding effort. I'd love to get a name for you. But dived full length and flicked it back to keep it inside the boundary too. Just this shot.
Yeah, it looked like it was racing away here, but I love the commitment from the fielder. Tremendous team player.
Oh, no, this is drifted onto the legs of Prestwidge. It's very well played, but equally well fielded. She's actually coming back for 2 here. That's aggressive running and such good running from Georgia Prestwidge. That's an area that they've identified as a way that they can put some pressure onto UQ as well. Well, that's a really good over of cricket. There was a couple of beautiful shots. There was a wicket in there for Charlotte Atkinson, first ball. The score is 3 for 53 after 7 overs. Remembering that there's a run chase they need to acquire 149 runs to reel in the total that was posted by University of Queensland in the first innings, courtesy of a Charlotte Knott magic innings. 95, Charlie Knott magic innings, apologies, 95 not out of 65 deliveries.
And speaking of which, he's here to bowl his second over here now. You'd definitely say that Uni are in the box seat here. Valley's really crucial partnership.
Just pictures of on your screen there of the activity in the nets over at Valley's. Knott starts, this is chipped, and Burke again is going to take the single. Well, she's such a good runner between wickets, Lucinda Burke. That actually was a direct hit from mid-on, but she's made it comfortably. And as I've said, she's just, you don't remember, I think she's only hit 1 boundary, Mel, but you look at her score, and 22 off 19, she's continued to tick the score over.
She's done it with ease, and that's a perfect way to construct an innings here when you're chasing that sort of total, and looking to see if she can kick into that second gear like Charlie Knott did earlier.
Prestwidge to face her first ball of spin now from Charlie Knott. That's a nice length. It's equally well played. She's actually pushing pretty hard here. We've seen, well, she's turned blind, Mel, but she comes back and makes it easily. That's interesting. You don't see that.
Definitely not in the cricket textbook, but she obviously back her speed there, Georgia, and I wouldn't back against her either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She is quick both with ball in hand, certainly with her bowling, but equally with her running between wickets. She just, I think summarised, she knew that was 2 as soon as she hit it. And that time on the back foot defending. And there is a little bit of space there if you can roll it behind square. She thought that there was 2 as soon as she got it there, Mel.
Absolutely. I like that play there from Prestwidge, just respecting the good ball. She doesn't need to do anything silly here.
Been impressed with her start, actually. 3 for 56 is the score. And again, that she'll
there's a
look
chance
for
of
two
two
here. This one's a little bit straighter.
She's back.
Still coming back. It's it's tight. Incredibly tight. That actually was a very good throw from the fielder on the boundary here. And potentially, well, certainly with a direct hit, Prestwich was well out. Yeah, she'd almost made the commitment that as soon as she gets it onto the leg side there, she is going to come back for two. You'll see a replay. She's only just left. We can't see the throw. I mean, direct hit, she's out by a distance. I think that without the direct hit, though, there probably is two there. It's been a little bit of a delay now as we're ready to go again with Charlie Knott. 2 balls to come in the over. And that's backed away and cut straight to the fielder from Prestwich. Excellent feet, though, I think, Mel. This is something she's been quite
really
proactive.
Positive, yeah, absolutely, from Georgia. Yeah, it really looks like she's setting herself up here for a big knock.
Been really impressed with the start. The intent's there to score, but with really good cricket shots thus far, forced to change infield. Again, this is knocked into the leg side. I think that one will just be one. It's good timing by Prestwich again. And the end of Charlie Knott's second over. She has figures of none for 10. The score is 3 for 59 after 8 overs. It means that the equation is 90 runs required from 72 balls. As we see the batters get some drinks run out to them. Prestwich just gives the big stiff arm. She's not interested in a drink.
Put the palm up.
She's locked.
I wouldn't argue with that either, just quietly.
It looks quite intimidating at the crease. Just, no thank you, girls. I'll be right. Was the message. Charlotte Atkinson, who had a brilliant first over, left arm bowler, is going to run in and bowl to Prestwich here in the start of the 9th over. Prestwich, lovely timing. Lovely timing, straight back down the ground. It's just the back and across and punching really straight there. But again, pretty well bowled, given the field that Charlotte Atkinson has set here. She's been crafty.
She's really narrowing in on the stumps. I'm really loving her line and length here from Atkinson.
Absolutely. She's in now for a second ball of the over to Prestwich. And that one, she's tickled
runs down there.
Fine, isn't it? I think it was off bat. It's going to threaten the boundary again here. The fielder reels it in. It will definitely be 3. And that's very good batting from Prestwich. It is definitely off the bat. So the runs are credited to Prestwich, but it wasn't power. It was just timing and using the pace of the bowler.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from Valleys. It's smart cricket. They're not doing anything silly, but it looks like they're setting themselves up here to get to about the 13th over where they can really accelerate. But important here that they keep getting up and down the wicket.
This is Burke, and again, wonderful timing from her, and not for the first time. She's hit it to the fielder and run. As soon as she gets it into the gap, she is very keen to rotate the strike. She's done it so well. She's probably holding the key, well, certainly this partnership. They've actually started particularly well together here, Burke and Prestwich.
Well, Burke has really just accumulated this innings. It's really been impressive, similar to what Charlie Knott did earlier in the day.
Exactly. Atkinson in again now to Prestwich. This one is a full toss, and it's incredibly well hit from Prestwich. There'll be no stopping that at the cover boundary. She's now putting together a lovely set for Valleys in this run chase. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is going to be a cracking run chase if these two get some momentum. What a shot that was.
Just a pure cricket stroke there from Georgia Prestwich, straight through the covers. And, yeah, Charlotte Atkinson, just unfortunate. They're just slightly over pitching. And, yeah, Georgia Prestwich, too good.
What a shot that is. Actually not easy to hit. I'll get back to that point. Stick with the action here. That one's a full toss too, and equally well timed, but straight to the fielder on this occasion. Prestwich a little bit disappointed with herself there. But it's not actually easy to hit those full tosses that are sort of like in between knee and thigh sort of height. They're difficult to time. You
can't help the eyes light up and you think you could hit it to any point of the boundary. But, yeah, she really did well to control that.
And she's moved to 15 off only 12 balls. Great start for her. That's an equally impressive looking shot out to mid-on, the on-drive there. But Atkinson, great close of her over. Her line has been really, really good. She lost her length probably on only one occasion there, and it cost a boundary. But Atkinson figures of 1 for 14 after 2. She's been impressive as well. We'll see if Charlie Knott She's walking in from the boundary. I think she'll bowl her third over. Her figures are impressive at 2 overs, none for 10 at the moment. But this game, Mel, is shaping up as one that could go down to the wire.
Game is on. Prestwich and Burke doing well here and creating a nice little, I guess, just over a runnable partnership. But I think you can't help but think that these two are the key.
Yeah, I agree, Mel. They've really started to take the momentum in this game. What they don't need probably is a new batsman to have to come out and get themselves going. Burke uses her feet. What a shot.
Beautiful feet.
Wow. I probably got too excited there considering it's only one run, but the feet and the timing from Lucinda Burke, it's an interesting fielding position out there as well, so it easily could have been 4, probably with a slightly more orthodox field, and that's why I think I was so excited.
It really looked glorious, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a great shot. Only the one run, so again a well-placed field for Charlie Knott's bowling. This one is a full toss, and well, Prestwich has hit it to mid-off, and she's put her under pressure with her running between wickets there. Results in a little fumble. I think, to be honest, the pace of Prestwich, she would have made it anyway.
I think Prestwich, she showed a bit of restraint there. You'd think she might hit that or tend to hit that into the trees, but yeah, I like the maturity with that batting there. Yeah,
well, the equation is 80 from 64 balls, so they have started well. This will be, what a piece of fielding. It could be a run-out.
Oh.
Wow.
That was Kimmins there. Beautiful piece of fielding. If she had a hit, I think Lou Burke would have been gone.
You're right. You get a good angle of that too. It was a full stretch, diving, one-handed stop. And that's what happens when you join me in commentary, I guess, Mel. You're just capable of that sort of fielding.
Oh, wow.
Look at that stop. She's going to get another chance here.
Oh, what can't she do?
Well, she's clean as a whistle once more. She mentioned that she played plenty of tennis. I don't recall there being the need to field often in tennis, but she's picked that skill up as well.
It's like she's up at the net there, that agility she's showing from side to side.
That's right. She's getting the volleys at the net. It's good, and a couple of good shots. She's gone even closer here, I think. Well, this will be a chance. It's to mid-on. It's chipped. It is out. And that's the back of Lucinda Burke, which hurts Valleys a little bit. She was going so well. And to be honest, the fielding, I think you could put it down to those efforts from Laura Kimmins, because in all reality, Burke probably could have been off strike easily if it was any other fielder.
Absolutely. That's a terrible shame for Lucinda Burke. She was looking really good there to really kick on. But, yeah, you're right. Two great pieces of fielding from Laura Kimmins kept it on strike, and she was probably in two minds about whether to go hard or keep it on the ground, and, yeah, she got caught out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also on that replay, Mel, you can see her trying to turn the ball to the leg side, which can be dangerous when it's an off spinner turning away from the left-handed batter. I guess just if you close the face too early, you can result in getting that leading edge, and that's exactly what happened. And it was a good catch by the fielder at mid-on, because she'd been put under pressure earlier in the over and come up with a misfield, so it would be great to get that one clean in the mitts.
And once again, Charlie Knott in the game. Billy, that's a crucial breakthrough for Uni, and Charlie Knott coming up with the goods there once again.
Yeah, when it was just, I think when Lucinda Burke was going so well, she had those two frustrating dot balls. There is no worse fielding than when you have hit a really good shot straight to a fielder and you feel like you were going to get runs, and you feel like you've been robbed a little bit. And it's probably led to some frustration. And the wicket, the batters didn't cross, and this is actually nicked past the keeper. They'll come back for two. It's Ginger that's getting started here. Opens her account. That will be her first run. She will be 2 off 1 ball face. It's the end of a Charlie Knott over, the third that she has bowled. The equation is 78 runs needed from 60 balls with 6 wickets in hand at the halfway stage. Mel, this is still pretty evenly poised.
Certainly agree, Lee, but you can't help but think a lot rests on Georgia Prestwich's shoulders here, and she certainly has shown some great maturity early on in this innings. Hasn't done anything rash, been very controlled, but from here in, I think a lot is going to rest on her.
Yeah, she now becomes the focal point for the Valley's run chase. There is no question about that. Charlotte Atkinson is going to begin her third over. She's impressed us already with her ability to maintain her line. She is in now. There's a nice shot from Prestwich. It's guided down to third man there. Excellent piece of batting. But again, Charlotte Atkinson only going for really sort of dots and ones at the moment, which they'll be very happy with.
Sienna Ginger very handy with the bat as well. So, yeah, important for her to, and I'm sure Georgia Prestwich has talked to her, but getting up and down the crease, probably trying to give Georgia a lot of the strike early.
That might be a wide. I think the umpire turns and signals a wide delivery, so that will need to be re-bowled. And interestingly, Mel, just to back that point, I think the thing that got Georgia Prestwich going at the start of her innings was her running between wickets. So you would love to see Ginger do a similar sort of thing.
It's contagious. That sort of intent is contagious. So, yeah, totally agree, Lee.
This one is now straighter from Atkinson. In fact, it's too straight. It's an overcorrection. That's now a wide down the leg side. So it just needs to get back into the zone here. Atkinson, she's been so impressive. Those couple of back-to-back wides are just extra deliveries. Not only that they cost a run, but they also provide batters with another chance to maybe score runs off the extra ball.
Absolutely.
She settles at the top of her mark now, heading in. And that one is a full toss and all. Well, that might have actually done some damage to a fielder there. I hope no. I think she's up and okay. It was an awkward looking bounce. They're just checking on the health of the fielder there. All clear. Good comeback delivery from Charlotte Atkinson. She builds into her spell nicely. 2.2 overs. She's bowled 1 for 18 of her figures. This is the challenge though. Prestwich on strike. There is a full toss, and they're going to run. It needs to be stopped.
Good fielding.
It is. Yeah, well done at mid-off.
She's safe 4 runs there.
Well, it had enough pace to get through, didn't it? Had enough pace to get through and get to the boundary if the fielder wasn't there to do such a good job. Sienna Ginger will be on strike now. Started well. She's 3 off 2, so rotating the strike well as you requested, Mel. Atkinson bowls to her again. This is really well hit out into the offside from Ginger. Just the 1 run. I think Prestwich is pushing reasonably hard with her running between wickets, looking to turn 1s into 2s wherever possible.
Just looking, Lee, in other games, Ipswich, as I mentioned earlier, scored 9 for 83, Sandgate 6 for 63 in response. So a tight game there out at Ipswich.
Isn't it? Absolutely. Incredible scenes with 15 wickets falling in that game so far. Oh, and this one, Prestwich takes full toll on. She got to it on the full, and that's some power to hit the ball hard and flat over mid-wicket.
Lot to like here about Georgia Prestwich's innings. Has got up and down the crease, scoring those singles, and the bad ball she's putting away for 4. So well played, Georgia. Yeah,
it was just, I think her eyes lit up there, Mel. She's had a couple of those sort of low full tosses that she's hit to fielders that have only gone for 1 run. This one, you can see, really takes the aggressive approach over mid-wicket. Oh, and this one now is hit to cover, well, to mid-off, in fact. So rotating the strike so well, yeah, and that's late in the over, so it'll actually give her the strike for the next over, which is probably equally important at this point as we enter the 12th over. Prestwich, lot to like, as you said, Mel, about what she's doing with the bat at the moment. She's 23 from 18. She has Sienna Ginger as her batting partner, and they need 67 runs from 54 balls. You get the feeling that this partnership's quite important.
Absolutely, and they don't have to do anything silly here. It's showing that intent that I've mentioned, being proactive up and down the crease and just hitting that bad ball for 4, and they're in the game.
We are going to see Charlie Knott bowl her 4th over. Figures of 1 for 14. She's been incredible today with both bat and ball. This is an over she would dearly love to remove Georgia Prestwich. They send another fielder back now at mid-on. This is a good field, I would think, in terms of where they have the protection on the boundary. Charlie Knott's done well. Prestwich uses her feet, and well, she's actually going to get a single there. And she had enough time to
start.
Yeah, she really had enough time to think, am I going to run? Yeah, we may as well. So that was interesting. That field is sitting quite deep because she's demonstrated so much of her power. So she has that aspect to her game as well. They actually bring a fielder up now for Sienna Ginger, who is on strike, and she's also going to drop the ball at her feet. That's brilliant batting and soft hands, running between wickets and rotating the strike, and that's what's important, Mel, I think, is that you just can't have dot balls bowled to you at the start of your innings. If you can do what Sienna Ginger is doing and get yourself going that way, it makes some massive progress in your run chase. Oh, and you can see that Prestwich there is getting down for the sweep. There is a gap here towards where we are sitting, right behind square. The only thing that hurt her on that occasion was the length from knot was very full.
The important thing there is just getting up and down the crease. Charlie not bowling well up and down the crease.
Just want to keep rotating the strike here. She's back and cutting now, but playing and missing, and a good take from the keeper. Charlie Knott, 3.3 or 3.4 overs now, 1 for 16. They're outstanding figures in terms of the runs that have been scored.
Important not to get frustrated here from Prestwich.
And that is, again, rolled behind square, fielded, well fielded, in fact. Prestwich just looking, we don't need a run out at this stage, so just her energy's been right up, Georgia Prestwich, and one ball to come in the Charlie Knott spell of 4 overs. She's going to close out here. They've been 4 really, really good overs. Here we go, back now, and again dropping the ball close. Prestwich is so quick between the wickets that they do manage to pinch another single to close the 12th over. The score is 4 for 86. Charlie Knott finishes her action at the bowling crease with figures of 1 for 18, after just a reminder that she did dominate in her batting display as well, with 94 not out of 65 deliveries.
Charlie Knott take a bow to follow up that impressive batting performance with just going over about 4 and over with her bowling. Impressive display.
And Charlotte Atkinson, I think we're actually bidding farewell to Mel for a couple of overs, which hopefully means usually that we have someone else coming in rather than it just being me talk to you by myself. And indeed we do. It is in fact Michaela Hinkley that I'm joined by, which is fantastic seeing. Yeah, very well, thank you. Thanks for coming on. I'm sure there's some disappointment in terms of the way that you were striking the ball at the start of the innings, which just was certainly getting us up and about over here in the commentary box. You would have been disappointed to lose your wicket when you did.
Yeah, definitely a little bit disappointed. It's always nice to kind of start your innings like that. But, yeah, unfortunately today just wasn't my day, and hopefully you see GP fire.
Yeah, she's been good to start. We've got a change of bowling here. Starts with a dot ball. And I think we were saying in commentary, Michaela, that it's just a game of inches. That even the ball that you got out on, you felt like you'd struck pretty well.
Absolutely.
Either side of the fielder, and you're probably hitting 5 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we see now, well, this is actually going to result in a run. I think they're pushing hard between the wickets. This has been a key element of the Valley's run chase so far, the running between wickets. That's, in fact, signalled wide by the umpire. Yeah, but the batting, Michaela, it's not just today. It's been throughout the entire, season so far, really. There's 100 in there. There was a couple of 20-20 80s, I think. Prestwich is down and blocking that ball. It's a different trajectory, this bowler. It's probably less pace on the ball, would you say, Michaela? Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely, which makes it a little bit trickier to play sometimes. So Presto will be really trying to play this ball and get her timing right.
Oh, she's down, and she might be stumped here. She is. It's a really good piece of wicket keeping. Had the bails off incredibly quickly, and I think just the frustration grew a little bit for Prestwich there based on that exact thing that we talked about. There is a real ability to throw the ball up in the air and invite the batsman to get down the wicket. It's a real shame. Prestwich had batted so well and probably was key at that stage in the run chase, but there's still plenty going on. You see a replay. Yeah, just not quite able to get back there in time.
Yeah, and it's the beauty of grade cricket, isn't it? We don't really often get to see some of these players and some of these bowlers. So for us state players, it is really cool that we get to come out here and be challenged by this type of bowling. I mean, GP, she probably will be a little bit disappointed with how she got out just then, but it really gives an opportunity for these younger players to shine. And
Kira Holmes is the new batter, Michaela, and this is new across the Valleys this season, I believe.
Yes, Kira is an outstanding player for us. She's been a great grab. She's obviously got some really slick hands behind the stumps there, and she can hit a ball, so it's going to be quite interesting to see where she can take this innings for us.
Perfect. Now, I was actually asking Mel before, Michaela, but it's probably better asking you because neither of us really knew. We talked about your background and being from New South Wales, and we were hoping that you could give us a little bit more of a sort of timeline on your cricketing journey thus far.
Absolutely.
Again, well bowled. This
Yeah.
is Neve Lynch, or sorry, I've said
No,
well
you're
bowled, and then that's been signalled wide, so that's not great commentary again, but we might let Michaela
That's
talk.
all right. We're
instead.
not on the best angle, but that's all right. That's all right. There's not many box offices here at Valleys.
That's
but
right, exactly. This one down the wicket, and nice shot on the move there, Kira
yeah,
Holmes.
so I was kind of born and raised in Western Sydney, Penrith, and
I'm
spent.
looking forward to the rugby league grand final.
Oh, look, I was born and raised there, but I don't particularly follow Penrith. But no, I will go for them tonight.
We'll stick with the cricket anyway. Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's
so
happened there?
yeah.
That's a wide two. Sorry, guys. We go, Michaela.
So yeah, played all my cricket growing up right up until 21 in New South Wales. Was fortunate enough to play for the Breakers for about 3 or 4 years, and also the Sydney Thunder.
Oh, again, really well bowled. Neve Lynch, she's been a handful in this over. Really, the majority of the runs have actually come from sundries here. She's just gaining some control on these deliveries. And then in terms of your next couple of weeks, now, I guess, leading into WBBL, what do they look like for you, Michaela? You won't be with a Sydney team. Oh, and this might be a no ball, I think. So it presents a catching chance, but wouldn't have mattered anyway. It could be a run-out chance, though, which is the only issue. It's more than a run-out chance. It is a dismissal. So that is a real shame for Kira Holmes, the new batter. There's some confusion, but you can definitely be run out off a no ball. So that is a shame. The no ball will stand. So there's a lot that just happened. The no ball will stand. There'll be a free hit next delivery, but it is Kira Holmes that has to walk out, unfortunately dismissed, run out.
Yeah, I think a bit unlucky there. Sometimes we've just got to be a little bit more game aware. Us Valley girls, which is unfortunate. Maybe just settle a bit at the crease. We were going at a great run rate coming up to the 10th over there, so I think we've just got to hold on a little bit here. I said it to the girls sitting off, currently padded up. So, you know, we were in a good position. We just can't let that pressure get a hold of us. And I think as we keep losing wickets here, it's going to get a little bit harder to battle.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go to your stuff with the WBBL coming
Absolutely.
up. What's the next couple of weeks looking like for you in terms of preparation and lead up?
I did see Laris was on the mic before. I'm unsure if she's explained the past week to you.
Yeah,
she
she didn't give us that much. She was sort of just said that her bags have been 3/4 packed for about the last 5 days. At one stage, she thought we were
bags
going.
always 3/4 packed to me.
Yeah. And then we spent more time talking about her switch hitting anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. You can't really not talk about that switch
No,
hitting.
that's right. Now this is down the wicket and advancing is Ginger, and it's into the gap. Now there probably is 2 here, and they are coming back. Well run in the end. That'll be the end of Neve Lynch's first over. Yes, so, hang on. It's 1 short called by the umpire. So that's a real shame. Just probably furthers your point about the game awareness, Michaela, that you were speaking on.
It's really unfortunate that those really little 1%ers are probably going to do us in here if we don't kind of pick up on it and absorb the pressure a little bit more. We're still sitting okay at this current point in the game. You know, we're coming into the 13th over and 13th gone. We're sitting on 92, and these girls can hit a ball. They can absolutely hit a ball, and hopefully they can show. We have time to see them showcase that. But yeah. So in terms of the WBBL lead up, it's been a bit interesting over the past week. Kind of sitting on standby every morning, wondering whether we're going to fly out that afternoon.
At one stage, you were flying out, weren't you?
Every day we've been told to be ready to fly out.
Right,
absolutely. Okay. We actually rocked up at training on Monday morning. We're rocking up the Shield game. We're at Shaw Road there, training at Norths.
The new North facility.
Yeah, we kind of saw the Shield boys packing up and kind of thought, hey, hang on, what's going on here? Why are they packing up? And, you know, we're just warming up, getting into training, and then all of a sudden our manager calls us in and we're coming in and, oh, girls, just need to let you know, we've got you on a 3 p.m. flight to Tassie, so we're not going to train today. You've actually got to go home and pack and be at the airport at 10 to 2. And we're all just looking at each other like, what?
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is unusual preparation for a tournament, you would suggest.
Yeah, so that was on Monday morning. So we weren't meant to be leaving for another 2 weeks. And some of us work outside of cricket as well, so we're calling our workplaces.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
I'm sure that would be an employer's absolute dream.
Absolutely. So definitely, as Holly just glides that one down to third.
Yeah, who have we got batting here?
It looks like Holly Hogan.
Holly Hogan it is indeed, yes. The bowler name hasn't updated on your screens yet, so can't give you much intel there, but we'll stick with just a little bit. The other question that I was going to ask you about, Michaela, after this ball, this is well guided behind point and probably presents an opportunity to come back for 2 as well. So Ginger has actually started her batting innings incredibly well as well. A couple of points that probably link together, Michaela. Does the innings that you've played in the lead-up give you plenty of confidence, I guess so, in Premier grade cricket? Does it give you plenty of confidence leading into the WPBL?
Yeah, absolutely. I think any time at the crease can give any batter some confidence. I mean, we see Charlie Knott week on week. She's been scoring runs and her game's improved out of side and even her confidence. I think that's one thing that our coach has really banged into us this year, especially as a heat group, is not fearing and not being scared to showcase our skill and our strengths and play to those strengths.
It's a lovely shot out here, which does look to be a strength of Ginger's, is the ability to hit the ball hard through the offside, particularly off the back foot. It hasn't been a bad set, though. The equation is 52 runs needed from 38 balls. 6 for 97 is the current score. You are listening to Michaela Hinkley, who has been dismissed in this game, but kind enough to come and sit with us on commentary here.
Absolutely. Always happy for a chat.
Which is great. We appreciate that. And then just the opportunity, I guess, Michaela, as you're aware, this game is being broadcast live and free on KO Freebies. Is that an opportunity that you've ever had before, and is that something exciting as well?
Oh, it's absolutely phenomenal. I think more so for the girls that don't normally get to play on this platform where it is live streamed on KO and having the opportunity to experience that, it gives the young and up-and-coming players the ability to kind of experience something that we kind of only really get to experience at that national level. So I think it's outstanding. I'm not sure whether many other states are doing it. So I think Queensland's, number one in that realm at the moment, and I think it's awesome. It's awesome for the game and awesome for the girls playing.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been great. It's been fantastic to witness, and you've given us some highlights throughout the game already. And this is just chipped towards mid-off, no run. There is a change of bowler who I think might be that. Hasn't updated as well. I'm massively been thrown here with some of these bowlers' names. I'm confused. Michaela, you any chance of helping out in that facet?
I wish I was.
Put you on the spot as well.
As I mentioned before, I grew up in Sydney, so a lot of these girls I really do not know of or have spent much time playing grade cricket with and against, unfortunately. So I wish I could help a little bit more there.
No, that is quite all right. I'm pretty sure I've been reliably informed that the bowler is Craven. So we're okay. Awesome. We're back on deck now, which is good news. And she has bowled 2 deliveries already, has figures, and we see the Holly Hogan just asking for guard in the middle. Holly Hogan's batting. Michaela, have you seen much of that? What can we expect here?
She is a stunning young player.
Okay, good. That's what we need. And there is an aggressive bat swing, actually. If she can find some timing there, I feel like that could go a long way.
Yeah, I think Holly's only about 15, but the power that she actually has...
She's really only 15.
Yeah, I think so, about 15 or 16. And the power that she bestows is phenomenal for that age. And you can't really pick it on her because she's only, small in stature, quite tall.
Yeah, absolutely. She uses handball. This is hit straight at point and run, but it's done enough to actually, they're going to get back for a comfortable 2 now. So that's probably turning a 0 into 2 runs, which is a good effort.
Yeah, absolutely. We're kind of just taking out our chances here now, which is good. Just looking for those extra ones here and there is really good for us at the moment. And hitting those pockets, I think Ginger's been really good at doing that so far in her innings, and hopefully Holly can get one to the rope now.
Absolutely, and it's 48 off 30. Whoa!
Let's hit that crack again.
Jeez, that's happened. I think that happened once to you.
It happened to me.
Kayla, when you were batting, actually. We were sitting over here, myself and Mel Bulow, and we were just equally as shocked as basically what we just saw that ball.
Absolutely. There is this crack in the middle of the pitch there, and not until I was at the non-strikers, and the umpire did mention that a bit of water got on it yesterday as well.
Oh, that's a nice thing to mention.
Exactly after the fact. So I think there's just a few elements that have got to the pitch out there for that to happen, but there is just this giant crack kind of down the pitch. I'm not sure if Georgia Presswich hit it at all.
Oh, but that's what I was thinking. As it got worse, because we didn't notice it so much in the first innings, to be fair.
Yeah, I think, obviously Georgia Presswich being a bit more experienced bowler, she was probably bowling a little bit fuller.
Yeah.
The crack does kind of sit shorter than length. So, I don't think she would have particularly been aiming at it. Had she known it was there,
yeah, then you might aim at it. That's for
she
sure.
might have had a go at it. But there's a definite crack. If you're bowling from this end, it's definitely worth a look as a bowler.
Now, the bowling here is from Ruby Blunn, who has bowled an over already. Her figures are none for 5 after 1 over, and it was just a sort of mistimed pull shot. Ginger's been quite impressive. She sits at 12 off 16 balls. 46 from 29 is the equation, so we are going to have to see a bit of an increase, I guess, in the batting intent in the next couple of overs, Michaela.
Absolutely, and I think that's why Holly's come in when she has come in. Normally she does come in at about 9 or 10. However, obviously with the game at where it's at, we've put her in a little bit earlier, hopefully to start power hitting some more.
Absolutely, and she has shown that intent, Michaela. She's definitely, I think, if she can find a time and get the middle of her bat, then one could go the distance here, and she's down the wicket and hitting it hard and past mid-off, and I think she's got enough on that to get that boundary. She has indeed. So, Michaela, that change in the batting order paying off here.
Absolutely, and that's that power I was talking about, and she's just got that mongrel in her. She wants to get to the ball, she wants to hit it hard, and that's not always something you see in a player of her age. And I think it's really cool that here at Valleys we do have these young kids that they're not scared to hit the ball hard, and I think that's a tribute to the Grace Harrises that play the game. These girls have grown up watching those girls on TV, and they're trying to play like them now, and it's outstanding as those girls come through the ranks who have grown up watching WBBL and watching their idols play. All these girls are starting to bat like them. It's getting pretty exciting.
Yeah, now you're spot on, because often you see with junior players, younger players, that they almost have that fear of getting out, and therefore probably their attacking prowess has taken a little bit of a hit, and they don't have the confidence to go in and play shots with massive aggression. So when they get themselves into this situation where you look at the scoreboard and go, well, we need 39 from 25 balls, they don't actually know what shots they can go to hit really hard. Obviously not the case for Holly Hogan. That ball she wasn't even really at the pitch of and just muscled it down the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And she is very nimble on her feet when she bats, and it's really cool to see her not only advance forward but get back deep in her crease as she plays her shots. And she's kind of relieved a bit of pressure this over, which is outstanding. So hopefully we can keep, turning the strike over. She's been very match aware, trying to get on strike, and Ginger's playing a really good innings with her at the moment. So I think this could be a pretty interesting partnership if unis don't start keeping their lines and honing in on that spot when they bowl. We could just take it away from them here.
Yeah, quite right. Absolutely. I was about to say that the boundary in that over, and especially early in an over, seems to always be more damaging, because then any runs you get from there are almost like an added bonus. If you can get one of these first two deliveries in this over as well for a 4, then I think this run chase really starts to take some flight, and this won't be a 4, I don't think, but it will be a couple of runs. Oh no, Holly Hogan slipped over at the non-strikers end, so Ginger's just going to have to be aware of that, and she is. There's some game awareness, Michaela. That was an unfortunate slip for Hogan there. It should have been 3, deserved more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's obviously trying to take the cover off the ball at the moment, which is what we wanted to do, which unfortunately comes with some mishitting.
Yep.
However, she's doing the job that we've sent her out to do, so hopefully she connects with one here and can again take that pressure off.
Yeah, we haven't seen her really nail one through the middle of her bat again. Probably missed timing. There might be a chance for a run out here. There won't. Holly Hogan quick between the wickets. It's not the timing she was after, but there is no question that the intent is there.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, it'll be unfortunate if we don't chase down these runs, but this is the style we want to do it in. And for me, as a more senior player in this group, watching these girls go at it with everything they've got, couldn't be happier.
Yeah, it must be so pleasing. What about this shot? Up and over the top of cover. It's unfortunate there is a fielder out here sweeping. So again, I've gone pretty excited for a single, but sometimes it just has to happen. That was a high caliber shot. Again, deserved more. The field placement from UQ has probably really robbed Ginger of a boundary there.
Absolutely. I think, again, Sienna Ginger is another powerful hitter that we have in our team. And, I mean, it's always exciting to see our younger kids kind of go in at the end and chase down a big total. I would say that this is definitely a big total. And so, yeah, I think, like I said, you can't fault how they're going about it at the moment. Unfortunately, again, there's been probably some areas of match awareness that have let us down and some little 1%ers, but these girls are doing the job that they need to do at the moment.
Aren't they ever, as we see Craven into bowl now to Holly Hogan, and she mistimes this one to cover. She's definitely trying to take toll on every delivery at the moment, and that sort of feels like the two boundaries away from really closing the gap between runs needed and the balls remaining. Craven in. Well, this is nicked up and over the top. It might just be the one run, I think, down to third man, but it will leave Holly Hogan on strike for the next over. That will be the start of the 18th, so that's not the worst result either. Well bowled in the end there to Brianna Craven. Interesting to see who UQ are going to select to bowl this next over.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. It looks like the same bowler.
Yeah. So that would be Ruby Blunt again.
Yeah, so it's just really important here for Holly just to hold her nerve a little bit. She can hit the ball hard. Being a younger player, you kind of get really keen to hit the ball and really excited to hit the ball, so you often mistime it. If she can just get her timing right here, she will get hold of one, and I have seen her put it over the other side of the rope.
Yeah, well then she's down the wicket here. She's hitting it back to the bowler, so we need to get back in her crease. It's going to be a dot ball to start. We know that Hogan can hit a long ball. You're hearing from Michaela Hinkley, and Michaela, you will go to Tasmania when you finally do get on a plane. That's the plan, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So potentially in the next couple of days, might see us on the travel. But yeah, no, it's been an interesting lead up. But you know, it's the nature of the times, isn't it? I think you've got to be ready for anything, and we always are as Queenslanders. I think. You know, especially over the past 12 months, you've got to be absolutely on your toes at all times.
Flexible, don't you? Yes.
Yes.
This is Ginger on strike, and she knows that she needs. Well, this is up and over cover as well. It's definitely safe. It's in a gap, and it is well fielded out there on the deep extra cover boundary. Again, Ginger's been incredible at getting the ball over cover, which is not an easy place to hit it.
Absolutely. It is one of her strengths, though, and that's one of the things Georgia Presswidge and I have been trying to drill into the girls is just play your strengths in situations like this. You know, it's so much easier. And
it's a full toss. This is really well hit again. There's a fielder out here. It's a precious stop. Ginger's starting to find some timing, Michaela, which gives you some hope here.
Absolutely. I think sometimes we can get caught up on where there's gaps in the field and trying to hit it there, and we might not always be very strong in hitting it to that particular area in the field where there are gaps, but sometimes you've got to back yourself to be good enough to hit it over cover if there is no one on the boundary out there, and I think that's what these girls are doing.
Most certainly. It's Hogan. Oh, what a catch! Wow, that was hit back flat and hard, and it was almost like it just hit Blunt in the hands before she even knew what had happened and stuck.
I tell you what, she did not have to think much about that, and I think she was kind of a delayed reaction out of that. She didn't even really celebrate. It kind of just happened, and oh, that's a catch. Well, one of those moments.
We're getting it on replay. It is. That's exactly right. It was almost the hands kind of went up in self-preservation and just managed to pluck it. That could be a huge turning point in the game. 29 needed from 13 balls. What a catch there. Michaela Hinkley, it might be an opportune time for you to be able to go over there and cheer for your team in the run chase. We appreciate your company so much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, and best of luck when you finally do get on the plane and you get to start playing some WBBL fixtures.
No worries. Thank you, Lee. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Michaela. And that will mean that Mel Bulow will jump back in. She hasn't gone anywhere. She's watched the whole game.
How about that catch?
Oh, that catch. Honestly,
It fell in her hands.
It's crazy. Just the skill that we've seen on display. And there's a bit of a walk across the stumps. Christina Coulson, just trying to start her innings off as well. I mean, it's a situation, Mel, where you do have to come in and get going straight away, because as much as the Valley's chase has definitely got some momentum, 29 from 12 still requires some decent batting.
You got to go. Christina Coulson did a great job with the ball earlier on, so yeah, she's got a task on her hands here to back it up with the bat. How awesome to hear from Michaela Hinkley too. What I got from that is you can't be what you can't see. And the fact this is televised on KO Freebies, these young players are playing without fear. They're watching their heroes, and it's so awesome to watch. Yeah, you're right. I found that particularly intriguing to listen to. She was great and excellent of her to donate her time. Thank you, Michaela. And we are going to see a bowling change here, which will be Emmy Blamey, I believe, for her final over. She's bowled 3 already, figures of none for 21, and this is a big stage for them to have soared that over for her to bowl. Let's see if she can find that crack on the pitch again too. She has a habit of finding it.
She hit that a lot earlier on. Into bowl now. And there is again, Ginger trying to give herself some room to go over cover, but on this occasion it's an excellent catch. I think that might have been Atkinson. Yeah, it is. Atkinson that takes the catch. She was impressive with the ball, took a wicket herself, and now contributes with a really good catch. And that's the end of Sienna Ginger, who's been so good in this innings as well. And that's an area that she had been trying to hit. You can see she gives herself some room, I think, early, backs away from the stumps, goes over the offside. I think it just hung up in the breeze there too, Mel.
Yeah, and you think she just took her head away there, Sienna Ginger. But, yeah, great innings. But, yeah, it would have been lovely to see that just go over the top there. But she, couldn't quite find her range. But Emmy Blamey, hard to argue that she deserves a wicket here today.
Well, she does deserve a wicket. She had a couple dropped, or one of her own. She dropped her own in the start, and then one dropped off her as well. So there is no bowler that deserves a wicket more than that. And the batters were able to cross during that delivery. So it'll be Christina on strike, and that's hit on the pad and no run there.
Just needs to get bat on ball here, Christina Coulson. Meg McCartney, I think, is down the other end. She's another young girl down from Mackay, playing some cricket in her school holidays. I think she's in grade 11 up there, but was scheduled to play in the Kirby Short Cup on Friday night, but sadly got abandoned due to the storms. But great to see her playing in the Katherine Raymont Shield today.
That is awesome to see. You're exactly right. Some good cricketers up there in Mackay. Well, she has got a piece of that. That's a lovely shot. Again, the field placement from UQ has been really good throughout this innings. I've been impressed. There's been a lot of good shots like that have gone straight to fielders in the right position.
Absolutely, and a job here now for McCartney. She really has to go from the get-go for the young girl. But you're right about Mackay. It's such a breeding ground for young female cricketers. They're doing a great job up there.
They need 28 from 9 balls, so it's not exactly what you would be after. She moves back, and she's got a piece of it. It'll go down to third man for a couple of runs there. Good start. Gets herself ticking. You just can't afford dot balls when you need 27 from 8. So down the other end is not a bad place to be.
I think you really need to be looking to hit here with the breeze.
Spot on. They definitely do need to find the boundary. It's that 1 or 2 boundaries away from making this chase a lot more manageable. Coulson's on strike and swings and misses, and a good take for the wicketkeeper. It went a little bit low, bounced in front of the keeper, was well taken, and unfortunately a dot ball that they probably don't need.
A lot to admire here about the way Uni have approached this game. They've just taken wickets at crucial moments, just when Valleys look like establishing a partnership that can see them all the way home. They've just taken that crucial wicket.
Oh, this one she has made good contact with. Out into the vacant mid-wicket area. They've got one, and they'll come back for 2. Wilson starting to find some timing. There's the end of the second last over, which will lead 25 runs being required from the final 6 balls. So it's going to be a big, big effort from these two batters if they are to get there, Mel.
Interesting to see who gets the last over here, but yeah, it's definitely doable. But yeah, given the context of the game, you'd suggest that Uni have this one in hand.
Yeah, and I think they're actually going to stick with spin, to be fair, Mel, which I think's been hard to hit for most Valley's batters here. So I'm not surprised to see them go that way.
And they'll be swinging into the wind here if they go into their preferred onside as well, which is good tactic from Uni.
Absolutely, and we'll just get that confirmed. It's Ruby Blund that is going to bowl the final over. She's bowled 3 already, figures of 1 for 17. She's bowling here to McCartney, who's down and looking to sweep, and it's a dot ball to start. It's incredibly well bowled.
Big ask for a young kid here to be able to, score boundaries off every ball. But yeah, Meg McCartney looking to do her best.
Here she goes. She'll face the second ball of the over now. She's down the wicket this time. She's cutting to a fielder. They probably have to run. They're not going to. So there's 2 dot balls to start the over, and the task getting fairly tough now. McCartney would love to find a boundary on this delivery or over it, preferably. She gets down the wicket. It's really good bowling, though. They have run. They get to rotate the strike, but the bowling here from Blund has been 3 full and in the block hole.
Superb bowling to close down. That's all you can ask for. Just, on the right line, right length, and it makes the job so much more difficult for the batsman.
Really impressive here. Blund will be Coulson on strike, and this one could get the treatment. It was a full toss, but mistimed, and just the 1 run. So there is no doubt now that UQ will certainly win this game. It's been a fantastic game of cricket, highlighted by probably that innings of Charlie Knott in the first innings, Mel. Through now. Here's some decent timing just out to mid-wicket. It's into a gap. They push hard. They're going to come back for 2 now. And the throw comes into the keeper's end. There's going to be more. There's a couple of overthrows.
Just to add some spice to the end of the game.
Keeping us on our crease. They could turn it into 4. Are they going to come back? No. They'll settle for the 3. But, so Charlie Knott, Mel, that was a knock, wasn't it?
95, 98 off 65 balls, as I mentioned earlier. The way she constructed that innings showed so much maturity, and she will really be heading into the WBBL season with some tremendous form under her belt.
Oh, and we see dancing down the wicket, and they are going to take the run off the final ball of the 20th over. It means that UQ are victors by 19 runs, I believe, which is a great performance from them. They've been clinical with the bat, particularly in the shape of Charlie Knott. That then with their field placement, their bowling and their catching as well in the fielding innings, they have been clinical, and they run out victors in this fixture, Mel.
You're right there, Lee, when you said clinical. With the bat to compile a total close to 150. It probably didn't look like it might get there at certain stages during that innings, but Charlie Knott, as we mentioned, carried the bat for a remarkable innings and, held their catches and bowled well and took wickets at crucial moments.
That's right. The wickets were indeed shared amongst the bowlers, so every person really, Blamey, Strange, Knott, Atkinson, Lynch, Blund, they all picked up wickets. The only multiple wicket taker was Ruby Strange, and she did get a couple of big wickets at the top as well, particularly that of Michaela Hinkley. We were fortunate enough to get to talk to a few of those players throughout the day as well, which is why it has been such a great thing here on KO Freebies as well. There have been a couple other results that we can let you know about. Obviously, in this game, it will be UQ that run out victors. The Sunshine Coast that were victorious over Wests, chasing down the 78 runs required for the loss of only 4 wickets. Over at Ipswich, it was actually Sandgate Redcliffe that did indeed just get across the line. With chasing that down, they needed 83 for victory. They lost 7 wickets in the process. And Gold Coast fairly comfortable victors over Winner Manly / Redlands, 2 for 98 in their run chase of 95 runs. This certainly won't be the last opportunity you have to watch KFC Premier Cricket here on KO Freebies. Thank you so much for your company. It's been great to have you, Mel. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Lee.
No worries at all. And thank you so much for watching, participating and enjoying the product that we've had here at Peter Eastern Oval in the Katherine Raymont Shield. Well done.